Um, okay. Hello? Hello? Are we, um, yeah, I think we're live. Hi, Holy. It's good to see you. Let's open up the game. How are you doing today, Holy? Aw, you're so sweet. Um, what's happening here? There we go. You feel okay? I'm glad. Yeah, it's been about a week. How are you doing? I'm doing well. I'm also tired. Uh, Lex! Oh my gosh, it's so good to see you. Thank you. I'll do my best. I'm tired and very cold. I'm trying to stay bundled up and warm, but it's a struggle. I should I should tweet out about being alive, or I mean being live. Playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey. That sounds nice. I recently got my Twitch recap for the year, and I am noob solo. You are fourth on my biggest fans of the year. We've got Gaz in first place, Aversion in second, and Niji is third. Gaz! Funny timing. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the head pats too. I was just saying, Gaz, you're my number one fan. Iggy is also on the list, and Mimi, and Kazik, and Cybernetic Susurrus. I can never pronounce their name right. I got 158 new followers this year, which is pretty good for only streaming for like 4 months of the year. I have always been here forever. True. There's never been a time in which Gaz did not exist. What was I doing? Oh, I was gonna tweet out about the fact that I'm streaming. I wish it would do that for me automatically. It's a lot of work. Why doesn't the internet understand that I'm a tired baby bun? Aw! Hi, Princess Peach. Aw! That means so much. It's good to see you. Gosh, I love We Know the Devil so much. I was actually looking at my Twitch summary. Oh my gosh, Ziona, Ashbourne, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Sorry, let me have some tea. Okay, welcome in, raiders. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's been a long time. How are you doing? But yeah, I was looking at my Twitch summary and We Know the Devil is my third top category for streaming. My first is Heaven Will Be Mine, and second is Sayana Uta. Fourth is It Gets So Lonely Here, and fifth is Fate, which makes sense because I did miss a Fate stream. Anyway, I don't feel like tweeting out. I don't know. Opening Twitter sounds like a lot of work. I had you at Yuri and Cannibalism. That is the #1 draw for me into this game. What are we reading tonight? We're gonna be continuing It Gets So Lonely Here. If you remember, there were 3 paths, and we did the first 2. So the first path was the Gravedigger, and the second path was the Mermaid. And now we're going with the Castle path. Have a human tweet for me. If I lock up a human in my basement and I make them manage my the 2 things I would need them to do are tweet for me when I go live, and then make sure to back up my VODs because I always forget. If you what? Nothing. Hi Venus, I hope you're doing well. Ah, Venus, thank you. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Bark, bark. I'm not cute. I'm not. I'm Peppy. Just the guy for the job of tweet slave. Okay, so we did the first 2 routes, and then the third route is the castle route, and we literally saved as soon as we clicked that option. So here we are. So, you want to go to the castle? Good idea. All decent fairy tales tend to conclude in castles once they're... oh gosh. Belagu... Yeah, unfortunately I missed 2 of the Heaven Will Be Mine streams, which makes me really sad because there is no way to get them at this point. And it also makes me really sad because they were my 2 favorite streams because I cried really, really hard in both of them. Beleaguered? Beleaguered? Hold on, what does that word mean? This is what book club is all about, is figuring out what words mean.
Beleaguered.
Beleaguered. In a very difficult situation. Okay, I see. Once they're beleaguered, put upon heroines are finally able to wed the handsome prince princes they once dreamed of. Why bother trying your luck with the shore, which may very well be deserted, or the village, which will be full of dirty, barefooted peasants? It is far better to skip the suffering and go straight to the grand finale. That is very astute of you. I did not realize you had it in you to be so mercenary. I can only wonder what you will uncover during your moonlight meanderings. Gosh, so many big words already. The night is far from over, and your adventures are only just beginning. I hope only that you have brushed up on your curtsies. They might come in handy when one is interacting with a sovereign. What's a sovereign? Maya! Hi, Maya. You want to cannibalize me? Okay. I'm okay with this. It's good to see you. How have you been? Is a sovereign just like a word for royalty? Or sovereign? A supreme ruler, especially a monarch. Ah. Royals can be temperamental, after all. If you fail to treat them with the prerequisite amount of respect, you might come to regret it. You follow the path which leads to the castle, supporting yourself on weary, aching legs which feel ready at a moment's notice to detach from your hips. You are little more than a wisp of a girl, but you have been running for so very long, and your feet are so very numb. You feel like a great lumbering thing, clumsy and ungainly. The soles of your feet are screaming at you. You need to lie down, and quickly. Your only hope, as you continue to run, that you will find a spare room available for you in the castle. You do not know what, exactly, will await you at the castle, but you have visions, as you run, of a vast, opulent dwelling. This dwelling will surely be full of finely furnished rooms in which you might rest your weary head. There must also be a king and a queen inside their castle, you ponder, who will be kind and wise. And what of their children? What of a princess? Every good castle must possess a princess who will take pity on you and your plight. You can imagine the face of this generous princess with ease, thanks to the fairy tales you read in abundance as a small child. The princess will be fair of hair and blue of eye, with soft pink lips pursed like rosebuds. Her limbs will be slender, her hands dainty and unsullied from physical labor, and her sensibilities will be sweeter than marzipan. She will be kind to you and compassionate, just like an older sister. Okay, enjoy your lurk. Your chat is really behind. Oh, I'm sorry. Twitch be like. You do not know what older sisters are like, though, or younger sisters for that matter. You are only guessing. You are not a complete fool, however, despite your tendency to daydream, and you do have a few reservations. Monarchs do not, as you know from voracious reading, have the best track record when it comes to caring for the peasantry. Was there not a very famous queen who once said, with a cavalier wave of her hand, that the hungry peasants in her kingdom should content themselves with cake if bread was not an option? You think that this might be a misquote, but the point still stands. Though royals are supposed to grant their subjects succor, assistance and support in times of hardship and distress. To grant their subjects succor in their time of need, this does not always happen. In fact, it very rarely happens. Kings and queens and princesses and princes are just people at the end of the day, and they are subject to the same caprices that all humans are. They can also be careless and selfish and inconsiderate. There is no guarantee that this mythical princess of your imagination will help you. Why, there is no guarantee that this mythical princess exists at all. Still, you must try. It is this hope which keeps you going. You continue to run to the castle. It takes some time before you finally emerge from the woods, but finally, you do it. Hi, Glittery! It's good to see you. How are you doing? How's your Wednesday? How much time, you ask? I cannot answer that. Did I not say that time had begun to lose all of its meaning? The forest is behind you now, at least, and all the awful nightmares which dwelt within it. It is still cold, though, and foggy, and very, very dark. The sun has yet to rise. You can see the moon more clearly now, though, as it hangs above your head, round as any pearl, or orb, or crystal ball. The moonlight shines down upon the castle, which looms in front of you like a cliffside. The stone edifice of the building is imposing, and it drowns you in shadows darker than the depths of the deepest ocean. The castle is not all dark, though, not like the night sky above it. Kiano, how are you doing? It's so good to see you. Are you feeling alright? Wonderful! You want to kiss the bunny? Okay. When you crane your head, you can see that there are lights flickering within, in the narrow, slitted windows. It would appear that somebody is home. The king and the queen, perhaps? What of their servants? What, perhaps more pressingly, of their guards? You half expect, as you stand there, that armored knights will accost you for daring to approach the castle of King and Queen so-and-so. Do you not know your place, foolish peasant girl with the dirty skirt? Begone with you. You are not, of course, a peasant. Your family is a wealthy one, or rather, they were, before your father made a series of poor financial decisions. You do not look like a young lady right now, though, with your dirty face and your dirty skirt, which is torn at the hem. If any guards were to take you for a vagrant, it would not be surprising. But, though you stand there dithering, your filthy fingers hooked in front of your filthy skirt, you do not hear any cries. Thank you, Kiano, for the head pat. Thank you, Glittery, for the hydrate. I'll have some tea. And a smooch for Gaz. Glittery, I got my end of the year Twitch summary, and did you know that you're one of my top viewers? Nobody sounds the alarm. Lights must be on inside the castle, but there is nobody outside its perimeter standing sentry. There is nobody to impede your entry, and the elaborate iron gates which are set into the vast stone walls about the castle exterior are open, just a crack. It would be a trivial matter to slip inside. There is nobody to stop you. Why are you trembling now, you silly thing? You have come so very far. It would be an act of foolishness to turn around now. Go on, go. You inhale, perhaps in an attempt to screw up your courage, which has, at long last, begun to fail you. And then, you step forwards. You slide between the wrought iron grates as stealthy and as secretive as a thief, then cross the path which leads up to the tall, imposing structure. The domed doorway which leads into the castle itself, hewn from stone, is closed, but at a push of your palm, it swings inwards. The door creaks alarmingly as it opens, the sound loud enough to split the silence like a thunderclap. You inhale at this and glance around, your eyes darting hither and thither. Hither and thither? Is that a real word? If there are any guards posted about the castle grounds, they should have been alerted by that sound. Will they come for you? At long last? What will happen should they catch you? Will they throw you in the dungeons? That does not sound like a pleasant way to spend the night. At least you would have a roof over your head, though, and you would not have to keep walking. Your feet really do ache. You stand there for an indeterminable amount of time, your heart pounding a panicked, irregular rhythm in the base of your throat. But no matter how much time elapses, no guards come. You are thankful for your good luck, though it does make you wonder, where is everybody? Why, it's almost as if all the people in the world have disappeared. Hi, Cybernetic. It's me, I'm the local protagonist. Could you be the very last human left alive? You frown, then press your palms back against the door. You push less cautiously this time, heedless of the loud sound which splits the silence. There is no point in worrying about the guards, not when they might very well be non-existent. Your entry to the castle is secured. You then take a step forward. The door swings shut behind you, and the resultant slam makes you jump. Hi, Leonard, or Leonard of... Hi. I'm bad with names, but I hope you're doing well. That's a good line, though. I gotta steal that. You did not expect it. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Your heart knocks against your ribs, and, with wild eyes, you glance about. You are standing in a vast entrance hall made of stone, which splits off into any number of passages. At the very end of the hall, meanwhile, there is a large, elaborate staircase, one which seems to extend to the heavens themselves. It is dark inside the hall, but there are numerous torches set in sconces in the stone wall, which are aflame. They offer some relief from the shadows. You can hear the faint sound of the wind outdoors as it moans against the castle's impervious walls, but you cannot hear any footsteps. Transylvanian time? Time trying to riz a VTuber? Well, it's working. I'm doing well. I just got home like 2 hours ago, and I'm a bit cold right now, but I am happy to be streaming. I hope work goes okay. You cannot hear any voices. You cannot, more importantly, hear any people. Maybe the castle is empty. If that is the case, though, then who lit these torches? It is a curious conundrum. You muster up what remains of your courage and then cry out, addressing the empty hall in a timorous voice which fails to properly fill up the space. Hello? You say, your eyes wide. Is anybody there? Your voice echoes through the vast empty hall, but it is met yet again with silence. You cannot say you are too surprised, but it is somewhat disappointing. You cannot... Oh, not one to be deterred, you try again and again, your voice growing louder with each subsequent attempt. No matter how loud your voice, however, it fails to reach any ears. If anybody is here, they do not seem to be particularly sociable. That, or perhaps they simply cannot hear you. Aw, no vampires? Tragic. I love you too, Steph. It's good to see you. How are you doing? Just boring. Understandable. If no one stops me, I'm peeing on the rug. Works every time. Could they be in another room? Yes, that must be it. You will never find that pretty fairy tale princess of your imagination if you stand idle, you know. It's a good quote. We should all be out looking for our fairy tale princesses. Aww. You're so sweet. It is time to get to work. Put those legs of yours to good use. Oh, okay. Not knowing what else to do, is there anything else you can do? You begin to explore. You examine the rooms first on the ground floor of the castle, which are of a similar scale to the impressive entrance hall. Large and richly furnished, but utterly unoccupied. After some time of aimless meandering, encountering nobody save the ghosts of eons past memorialized on portraits upon the wall, you muster the courage to ascend to the second floor. Aw, you're too sweet, Punderful. How are you doing, by the way? This floor, too, you examine, wandering through a seemingly endless series of hallways until, at long last, you find a door which is ajar. Silly, doors are doors, not jars. From between the crack in the door and the jamb. What's a jamb? Jamb. Part of a door frame. A jamb is a vertical side piece of a door frame that supports the weight of the door. Oh, I had no idea. I've never heard that word before. Oh, I'm sorry, Pundy. You're a good pup. I'll give you head pats. Who's a good puppy? Who's a good puppy? You're a good puppy. From between the crack in the door and the jamb, you can see flickering light. Irregular, yes, but it is light nonetheless. Could it be from a fireplace? That would suggest, then, that this room is occupied, unlike all the others. Perhaps the kindly princess you dreamed of will be waiting for you in this room. It is with a trembling hand that you press your palm against the door. You push it. Then you step inside the bedchamber, which unveils itself to you. Shyly, you stand in the threshold of the chamber, much of your courage extinguished, and gasp. The bedroom itself is gorgeous. It is a chamber so luxuriant, not even the shadows can obscure the fine craft of the furniture within it, nor the rich patterns on the walls. It is the girl inhabiting the chamber, however, who truly takes your breath away. Oh my gosh, I'm in love with her design. I love so many parts of her design look like teeth, from the crown to like these little like spiky bits. Like they all look like shark teeth, and I adore that. So pretty. Yeah, I can't wait for her to eat us up. All I want for Christmas is you. So sweet. Also the black nails, like this is a look. Top tier. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four poster? What's a four poster? Oh, is that like a bed with four posts on it? Or like... Oh, okay, yeah. See, I'm sometimes able to figure things out. Sometimes. Sitting upon the velveteen sheets of the towering four-poster is a girl in a sumptuous red gown who seems to be of a like age to you. You do not have a clear view of the girl's face. Her head is bowed, her gaze directed downwards at her lap. You can tell from her hair, however, and from her slender calves, which protrude from beneath the hem of her dress, that she is very pretty. The girl's hair is golden, just like freshly cut wheat, but it is the red of her dress which truly captures your attention. She is so striking you cannot look away from her. Huh? The girl is not alone in her chamber either. She has a companion, though this companion is not half so endearing as she. In her lap, perched upon her velvet skirt, is a doll. It should have been me, not the doll. The doll's hair, like that of her mistress's, is golden, though much of it is hidden beneath a bonnet. The girl is adjusting the china teacup held in the doll's tiny hands, while the rim of the cup glints in the light which exudes from the fireplace. If the girl is of a similar age to you, it seems strange that she would content herself by playing with dolls. Hey, there's nothing wrong with playing with dolls. I play with dolls, and they're very cute. They get so blushy when I call them dolls, too. Is she not too old for it? This girl would be more at home, you decide, at a ball, wearing an extravagant gown, speaking with wealthy noblemen, perhaps even princes. She should not be sitting in what you presume is her bedchamber, adjusting a teacup in the doll's hands. But you are not afforded much more time to stand there, marveling at the girl, because she turns. She raises her head. Then, her eyes meet yours. You thought the girl pretty when you first observed her, sitting on the edge of her plush velveteen bed, examining her doll. Now she is looking at you, however, her face illuminated by the flames in their grate. You can see that you are mistaken. She is not just pretty. She is beautiful, so much so it is breathtaking. I feel like this exact line has been used on all three of the girls, but I can't remember. She looks as though she has stepped out of the pages of a picture book. Okay, yeah, I literally remember this exact line used on the mermaid, I think. She is simply too perfect to belong in this world. Perhaps she's some kind of vision, a waking dream, a hallucination? But no, she is none of those things. I'm gonna save just in case. Monster, you don't belong in this world. But like affectionate. Yeah, you say that and then you start biting their arm. That's the bunny Riz. The transgender T for T Riz is just biting each other after quoting some random piece of media. The doll in her lap is a cold, hard thing made of porcelain, and it is unflinchingly, reassuringly real. If she were a mirage, surely she would not be able to handle physical objects such as this. Where, bunny? Yeah, I'm a where, bunny. I'm gonna get you. Rawr! I'm still working on it, don't worry. It is strange, though. The doll, though immaculately made, looks oddly imperfect when compared to the girl who is holding it. She is so startlingly beautiful, she even puts man-made representations of feminine charms to shame. The sight of her makes you feel rather weak. You always have had a fondness for fair maidens, haven't you? Yeah, I have. You are rather hopeless when it comes to them, even worse than a knight errant from a courtly legend. Your aesthetic appreciation is not particularly ladylike, but, well, I know what you are. Dog looking suspiciously like... It is not every day a girl encounters an elegant beauty like this, attired in red, illuminated by the firelight. I suppose I can forgive you for this rudeness, as too can the girl. She does not seem to be the type to hold a grudge. She's so cute! I love her. Oh, the girl says, in a voice that, surprisingly enough, far less refined than her appearance. It is good to see you. I have been waiting. You've been waiting? She's got fangies? Yeah. Good. I love girls with fangs. Has she? That is news to you. You blink, perplexed, a response on the tip of your tongue, but you are unable to expel it into the ether. The girl is setting her doll aside. Then she stands, the hem of her dress swishing about her legs. Nimbly, like a ballerina, she canvases the space between you. Her room is so very large, there is quite a lot of space. Then takes your hands in her own. Oh my. You must, the girl says, her eyes aglow with excitement, be my new lady's maid. It's been a while, but it's such a relief that you've finally arrived. I knew that you would. You'd never leave me alone. Not when you knew how long I was waiting. Oh, I'm so happy. This girl's good mood is contagious. So much so, you find yourself being swept away in it. I'd never leave her alone. You are tempted to accept any identity she might press upon you. Ooh. I'm okay if a girl wanted to rewrite my identity. Yeah, I love that little detail. Fantastic character design all around. You have never been a maid before, but you might not mind being this girl's maid. Silly down bad. How could I not be? I mean, look at her. She's literally the whole reason I started playing this game. She does not seem like a poor mistress to serve, not if she is always this kind. You cannot mask the confusion, however, which flickers across your face. You are not a good enough actress, and in any case, this is all happening too quick. Why, you barely know this girl. Why is she being so very familiar? It is with blank, bovine eyes that you examine the girl. Your befuddlement is pronounced enough that even the girl, despite her good mood, notices it. Hi, Aversion! Good to see you. Bovine eyes. Raised for slaughter. Hi, Mario. How are you doing, Aversion? I missed you. I hope you're doing well. I'd give you a big hug right now if I could. Yeah, stream's been going very well. Huggies. I'm glad it hasn't been bad. She frowns. Then she says, her fingers sliding away from your own. Or am I mistaken? Are you not my new lady's maid after all? The disappointment in the girl's face is abundant. So much so, your heart clenches. You do not know her, she is still a stranger, but you are struck, all of a sudden, with the intense desire to appease her. You do not want to let her down. The thought is devastating. You are not aware, you tell her, that you had applied to be her maid, but it is what she wills. But if that is what she wills, you would not be opposed to it. You pray that she forgives you, though for your discombobulation, you come from a distant country and you have traveled for many miles. You know not where you are, and you do not know who she is. What? You don't know who I am? Relatable MC, very much so. Sees a pretty girl and is willing to do anything to make her happy. It is regrettable, you tell her, but no, you do not know her, though that is no fault of her own. Why, you have spent such a long time running, you hardly even know yourself. Ah, so you are a fugitive then, from another country? I see. I won't pry into your past then, if you'd rather forget about it. I don't mind sharing my past with you, though. Everybody in this country knows who I am, after all, or at least they should. Now, this is quite the impressive boast. If it were to come from the lips of another, you would find it unpleasantly arrogant. You do not think, however, that this girl is trying to show off. You get the feeling instead that she is merely telling the truth. If you don't have the pleasure of knowing me, then allow me to do the honors. My father and my mother were the king and queen of this realm, and I am its princess. We found her! We found our princess! Oops. I've lived in this castle all my life, so I don't know much about the outside world, but I know that other countries do exist out there. I presume it is from one of these foreign countries that you come from. It is very good to meet you. I've always wanted to talk to somebody from overseas. It feels like quite the opportunity. The girl giggles at this, and you smile in response. You tell her unthinkably that it is your pleasure, really, to meet her. Or at least you mean to. You only get halfway through this remark when the full gravity of what the girl has told you sinks in. You come to a stop. Then, you stare. Did she just say she was a princess? Yeah, only in fiction, but a girl can still dream. Or roleplay. Roleplay helps a lot too. Yes, that's right. I'm a princess. And one day I'll be a queen after I've done a little bit of growing up. My ministers don't think I'm ready to run the country just yet, but I've been doing my best at my lessons. One day, I'm sure I'll be the best queen there ever was. So, she really is a princess. That makes sense, you suppose, given she lives in a castle, but it comes as a surprise regardless. You hadn't known, before you entered this chamber, that you were trespassing on a lady of such great renown. Why, if she willed it, she could have you executed for your carelessness. I mean, is she the one who's gonna do the executing though? Cause like, yeah. An ugly red flush creeps up on your face. A flush which is far more lurid than the princess's dress as you look to your feet. Bashfully, you stammer out a new address, that you are very sorry for intruding upon her, and that you hope that she can forgive you. Oh, it's all right. Think nothing of it. I don't mind, really. We all make mistakes. And anyway, you weren't to know. You said you weren't from around here. You nod your head in silent affirmation. It isn't a complete lie. That sounds so cute. You really are not from this country. You are not from this world at all. Huh? Wait, what? You are not from this world at all? Wait, they're just dropping this on us now? I don't think they said this before. Isekai moment. Oh, thank you, Glittery, for reminding me to save. I appreciate and love you. Yeah, I kind of suspected, like, my current assumption is that the narrator is definitely playing with us. Whether that be, like, forcing us into these, like, fictitious scenarios or something. Because there's just a lot of weird things going on. And the narrator very much seems to have like a Like, they kind of treat us like a plaything, which I don't mind, but you know. How wonderful. I'll look forward to picking your brain later. All of my servants come from the nearby village. Their tales are all the same, and so are superstitions. I could do with a breath of fresh air. I mean, that just sounds like the perfect relationship, cybernetic. Relationship goals. My last lady's maid told me I was too impetuous, but I don't think there's anything wrong with wanting a bit of adventure. Not that I've been afforded much of that. I've been shut up in here for so long, I hardly ever get the chance to talk to other girls my age. My last lady's maid was older than me, and so was the one before her, and the one before her. Some of the princess's fair mood seems to dissipate as she speaks, her expression turning by degrees into something rather more pensive. But I haven't seen any of my old lady's maids in a while, or any of the other servants for that matter. They all disappeared. Now, this is quite curious. How could a whole household full of servants simply disappear? That I don't know. This castle was full of servants once, my lady's maids, and my under maids, and my scullery maids. Huh. I think a scullery is a dungeon, right? Or... hold on. Scullery. Oh, never mind. It's a room for washing dishes and laundry. Oh, a kitchen. Well, no. It says it's a traditionally used for washing up dishes, laundering clothes, or as an overflow kitchen. I don't know what an overflow kitchen is. Is that like just extra kitchen room, I guess, but not like dedicated to it exactly? What's an undermaid? Oh, it's like an assistant maid, I think. An undermaid is usually supervised by a senior maid. Your name in the Discord server? I'll check that in a bit. The lady's maid is a dedicated servant to the lady of the house. An undermaid would be someone who worked downstairs rather than the more privileged ranked upstairs maids. Oh, that makes sense. All the cleanup from a kitchen. Gotcha. And my housekeepers and my cooks are a large retinue? There's so many words I don't understand. Retinue. A group of advisors, assistants, or other accompanying important people. Of retainers. I think a retainer is... I don't remember. Retainer, royalty. Oh, another kind of servant, a skilled servant. Okay, have a good night, Glittery. Good to see you. There's so many kinds of servants. Gosh. Venus. Oh my gosh. I'm never gonna remember to fix my notifications. They look so bad. Thank you for the Prime subscription. I love you. I miss you. They're all gone. Oh, now though. I think my ministers must have sent them away. I don't know why they would have done that though. They didn't explain it to me. But then again, they never explain anything to me. They still treat me like a little girl. It is so tiring. She said that her ministers sent her servants away? What of her parents, the king and the queen? Would they not be the ultimate authorities in the castle's hierarchy? They would, yes, if they were still alive, but they're not. They died a long time ago. I was raised for most of my life by my servants. Then who's been running the country? Oh, you answer, and then you flush. You hadn't known. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. I'm just happy that I have you now. She has me. I was getting sick and tired of only having my dolls to speak to. They aren't the best conversational partners. You can imagine so, yes. You doubt any doll, even one made by a talented artisan with an intelligent face indistinguishable from a human's, would be very good at answering back. Oh, no, they aren't. They're hopeless at it, really. They're so stony-lipped. You've no idea how much of a relief it is to see you. This castle is so big, and without my servants it feels so very empty. It gets so lonely here. She said the line. Now, that is an interesting turn of phrase. It catches inside your head like a burr. Have you heard it before? You do not have much time to ponder this, however, because the princess is speaking anew in that curiously conversational manner of hers, which does not seem particularly princessy. Maybe she learnt how to speak from her servants. That would explain why her consonants are so unrefined. Oh, but listen to me, yammering on again. It's a bad habit. I really must put a stop to it. She's a yapper. You're probably tired, dear one. Oh, dear one. So cute. From your travels, would you like me to show you to your room? Yes, the princess announces before you can say anything in reply. I think I'll do just that. I might show you a bit around the castle first, though. It's like a maze in here, and I wouldn't want you getting lost. You'll be staying here for quite some time, after all. I love I just met her and she's already adopted me. The princess then hastens to take you on a tour of her home. Fortunately, she does not show you all of the rooms in her abode, and neither does she offer overly long descriptions as to what the few rooms she does show you are used for. Ooh, another doll. I'd be her doll. She could play dress up with me and practice makeup on me and she does, however, pause by the kitchens, where she offers you some victuals. What's a victual? please. I'd love that. Oh, it's food. I love having my hair brushed and played with and once the growling in your belly has been satisfied, the princess then resumes her journey. She leads you down a dark, twisting hallway and up a series of equally dark, twisting steps until she arrives, at long last, before a door. The princess pushes this door aside summarily, thus permitting you entrance to a small, humble bedchamber. This chamber is not half so opulent as the grand bedroom in which the princess resides, with its resplendent four-poster and its richly patterned wallpaper. This room's ceiling is not as high, and the singular bed shoved against the wall is thin and narrow. The walls are an unassuming beige, and the floor beneath your soles is of warped wood. There is a malodorous smelling very unpleasant. Oh, malodorous. That makes sense. My brain just didn't realize the two words in it. It's funny how much of words make sense only after you understand them. I guess that's how a lot of things work. That's a stupid thing to say. Never mind. Ignore me. I'm a dummy. True. And I'm always eepy. Which hangs in the air, one of disuse and general decay. You're too sweet. You get the feeling that nobody has slept in this room for quite some time. That might explain why it feels so very cold in here. Though, if the princess's tour of her castle has taught you anything, it is that it is cold in every room in her abode. Now, here we are, the final stop of our tour. This will be your room, dear one. I hope it's to your liking. The princess, despite her exalted status, looks somewhat uneasy as she observes you, her eyes upturned like that of a loyal dog. Is she concerned about your reaction to this room? There's that dear one again. It's so good. Oh. My favorite is little one, but dear one is nice too. Perhaps she is afraid that you will turn your nose up at her kindness. For a princess, she is awfully eager to please. This unexpected contrast between the princess's lofty title and her ingrating attitude makes you smile. The room is rather scanty, yes, when it comes to its contents, but it is more than passable. It has a roof and four walls, and though it is cold, you fancy you will feel warmer once you have slipped beneath the bed sheets. The room is not quite so fancy as your dormitory at the conservatory. Normal for princesses. And neither is it so large, but it does have one glaring improvement over your previous lodgings. You will not be expected to share it with anybody else. There's only one bed in this room, and this bed is to belong to you. You think that peace and quiet will do you a world of good. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. Yeah, a dog bed. Uh, um, yeah, I'll save just in case. You tell the princess as much, and she smiles. That's good. I was worried you wouldn't like it. I know it isn't much to look at, but it's one of the nicest servant rooms we have at this castle. Most of the maids sleep beneath the roof in this teeny tiny room, which is all cramped. There's 10 beds up there, and they're so close together, there's barely any room to pass between them. I thought it was perfectly ghastly when I saw it the last time I went up there. Not that I was supposed to be up there. It was a rainy day, and I couldn't go outside, so I was doing a bit of exploring. If the housekeepers had known I'd been skulking around, I don't think she would have been pleased. Well, in any case, nobody sleeps up there anymore. The scullery maids are all gone now. I couldn't put you up there, though, in the attic, with all those empty beds. I didn't think it would be very cheery. You're not just a scullery maid, you're my lady's maid. That means you deserve good lodgings. It'd be an insult to offer you any less than this. Now, it's getting late. You have to forgive me for rabbiting for rabbiting on. I've heard it's something I tend to do. It's a bad habit. A bad habit to rabbit. One that's unbecoming of a lady. The housekeepers warned me enough times. You reassure the princess to the contrary, smiling as you do so. You do not mind if she talks too much. This is better than not talking at all. Her affable nature makes it easier to spend time with her. Manners be damned. You were always scolded too, back in the conservatory, for your behavior. You know full well how aggravating it can be to be upbraided, not for any particular misdemeanor, but for being yourself. Well, I'm glad you understand, the princess answers with a giggle. I really should be off, though. It's bad manners to keep you, especially when you look so sleepy. Get some rest. We can talk more tomorrow. If you don't mind my ceaseless prattle, I'm glad you seem to appreciate it, at least. Though, I'm sure you'll get tired of it eventually. All of my old maids did. The princess departs, and in her absence you take a seat upon the bed. Your new bed. You cannot help but think that this is all happening very quickly. Okay, good idea. I'll keep my door unlocked from now on. It does not seem like very long ago that you were still in the forest, running for your life amongst the tall, imposing trees with their gnarled, grasping branches. The forest might as well be a distant memory now, though. You are indoors, inside a castle, no less, and you have been given a room in which to sleep and clothes that you might wear. It seems premature, still, to declare that you are out of the woods in a metaphorical sense. I mean, but things could certainly be worse. You force yourself to stand on legs which feel too weary to support you and change into the night clothes hanging in the wardrobe. The night clothes do not fit you perfectly, but you are too tired to care about that. You are too tired to care about much of anything. You retreat to the bed and slide beneath its sheets. Then you let your eyelids fall shut. You exhale. And, lulled by the breeze which blows outdoors, you fall asleep. You are so very tired. Your sleep is a deep dark one, darker even than the furthest abysses of the nighttime. Like the nighttime sky, however, which shimmers with stars. Your sleep is not devoid of these prismatic fragments you humans call dreams. Though, in this case, I rather think that your nocturnal imaginings are worth rather more than that. They are not dreams, are they, to which your slumbering mind is subjected? You know that they are not. Otherwise, your body would not be so very cold, not so clammy. The images that flicker beneath your closed eyelids, like the ghostly images in a... okay... a phenakistoscope? Phenakistoscope. I'm guessing it's like a kaleidoscope. Oh. The phenakistoscope is regarded as one of the first forms of moving media entertainment that paved the way for future motion picture and film industry. Oh. It's like, you know those circle thingies that you spin really fast and it makes an image? Yeah, like a zoetrope. My prediction is that we're gonna have a bunch of nightmares tonight, and they're all gonna be from, like, the perspective of all the maids and stuff, and how they got eaten. They got vored. The princess went, "Rawr!" and then she aided them, and then they got eaten. Were not conjured from within your mind. They were, instead, taken from your memories. You are not merely dreaming, you are remembering. Oh, okay. Maybe I'm wrong. This really feels like Ebi-Hime being a massive history nerd again. I agree, but I kind of love it. You remember the girls who slept in your dormitory, and how they always hastened to use the shower first, so you were last for breakfast. You remember how, when you finally did arrive at the dining hall, the most desirable morsel had already been snaffled up by the girls who got there earlier. Bunny sis, hi, I love you. Thank you, I'll try to stay warm. Speaking of dolls, here's one now. The cutest doll. Like I said, dolls get all plushy when you call them dolls. You struggled, too, to find a seat once you finally did get your hands on some food, because nobody ever wanted to sit with you. You're so cute, sis. The other girls all acted like they were like you were a leper, save for when they wanted favors. They never asked for these favors, mind, for why would they? To them, your father's prestige did not matter. They were all wealthy ladies too, many of them wealthier than you. When everybody has the airs and graces of a princess, how is anybody supposed to stand out? You're the cutest. You're the cutest! You stood out the least in your class, perhaps because you were one of the smallest, the frailest, the sickest, who always came down with colds in the winter. Bunnies in the stream, bunnies in the chat. Or can I go to avoid these celery eaters? They're gonna chew all my wires. Your poor health did not stop the other girls from treating you as a servant, though, when they remembered that you existed, of course. It was your lot in life, as you dwelt within the stone walls of the conservatory, to carry school bags across the field like a pack mule. Then, come the evenings, the girls in your dormitory had you sewing on missing buttons and ironing out the creases and wrinkles in their uniforms. If there was an odd job that needed performing, you would always be asked. Dang, we were quite useful, huh? I mean, obviously it's not under good pretense, but it sounds like we were doing a ton of stuff. Damn. But these girls did not ask you. That would have been too civilized. They ordered you instead. And as they ordered you, they laughed at you. They laughed and laughed and laughed. The laughter hurt, but it hurt considerably less than the kicks did, and the slaps, and the pinches. Dang. Getting straight up bullied by a bunch of girls. Once, during an embroidery lesson, one of your classmates had an accident with her sewing scissors. She stumbled, or at least she pretended to, and before you knew it, the silvery blades of those scissors were embedded in your left palm. Ow! This happened quite some time ago, when you were even littler than you are now, but you can still remember it. It hurt a lot. The scissors were sharp and they perforated your skin, not all the way down to the bone, but enough to bleed. Your wound bled bright red, like strawberry jam, all over your embroidery. Then, when your professor saw it, she shrieked. Her face turned as pale as whey. Oh, wait, is whey an actual word? Hold on. Whey? It is. Oh, it's the liquid that remains after milk has been curdled and strained. I'm learning so many things. Wah. For a few moments, as though she might faint, though you were the one who was in pain. Your professor looked at your face. She could not bear to look at your hand, then demanded to know why you could not be more careful. You're so cute, Aversion. Oh my god. I love you. Her tone had been an accusatory one, almost as if you had stabbed yourself in the hand with your scissors to goad her. The pain in your hand hurt, but the giggle of your persecutors hurt all the more. They never were punished for that. Perhaps your professor did not care enough to punish them. Perhaps she, like everybody else, thought that it was your fault. The wound, when all was said and done, was not too deep. You did not even need any stitches. It healed well enough in time, on its own, though it still left a scar, a white, raised thing like a crescent moon. You still have that scar. You do not know how much blood you lost. It seemed like a lot back in the classroom. You could smell it in the air, sharp as iron. But it could not have been that much, evidently. If your wound had been more serious, perhaps your professor might have cared. Perhaps your classmates, too, would have felt some modicum of guilt over what they did. But this seems very unlikely. You know that your blood meant nothing to your classmates. Why should it? If you meant next to nothing, then the blood in your veins was, if such a thing is possible, even more inconsequential. You feel disorientated when you awake at long last with the rising of the sun. You do not remember what you dreamt, but you do not think that your dreams are of a particularly pleasant nature. If they were, your heart would not be hammering so. Ill at ease, you glance around. You are lying in a narrow bed in an unremarkable room, one with dull beige walls and a warped wooden floor. Gosh, I keep yawning. I'm so tired. Where exactly are you? This does not look like your dormitory in the conservatory, not unless it has shrunk threefold overnight. Your brow furrows as you attempt to recall the events of the night prior, until, with a gasp, it all clicks into place. You remember now. You were running through the woods, trying to escape from... You shudder. You do not want to think of what it was you were trying to escape from. You presume that you must have given your hunter the slip, though, because you are still in one piece, awake and alert enough to face the dawning of a new morning. You still have all of your limbs, and your facial features appear to be in the correct configuration. Good? That is more than enough to be getting along with. You look to the foot of your bed, then blink, bemused at your discovery. Oh, you can see, lying upon the sheets, a garment, two garments actually, of black and white folded into a neat white square. What could that be? A maid outfit? If so, it would not be too surprising. You can now recall your visit with the princess the night prior, and her assertions that you must be her lady's maid. Well, if that is the role she wants you to assume, you have no qualms with it. It is far preferable to the other role you played last night, that of a startled quarry running from its pursuer. I don't know, I kind of like being the prey running away from the predator. And then the predator catches you and eats you. You press your fingers against the humble maid's attire. It feels surprisingly soft to the touch, not coarse like you expected. These clothes are rather fine. Did the princess put them there? If so, that is all the more reason to wear them. You are not churlish enough to deny her hospitality. You rise from your new bed, then undress yourself, unbuttoning the front of your plain white nightgown and setting it aside. This task accomplished, you then clad yourself in your new attire, black, white, and eminently sensible. You feel very far away from the girl that you once were. Your face might be the same as always, but something within you seems to have changed. You are no longer a student, not as long as you mean to reside within the princess's castle. You would far rather be her servant. Assured of your newfound identity, you retreat from your chamber, then make your way to the mistress's bedroom. The castle is a large one with many, many rooms and many, many hallways to connect them, and for a brief while you find yourself horrendously lost. You cannot remember where the princess's bedroom is. You are beginning to feel rather disorientated when, to your relief, your eyes snag upon a stairwell which looks rather familiar. Could this be the way? You ascend these steps, your footfalls cushioned by the plush carpet which lines them, then find your way down the very same hall you traversed the night prior. If your memory does not fail you, then the princess's bedroom ought to be... Yes, it is here. You rap upon the door, but receive nothing in the way of a response. Is the princess still abed? No, she's a princess. You wonder, briefly, whether you oughtn't wait until she has risen of her own accord. But no, the sun is high in the sky, and it would seem a shame to let the princess sleep through the day. You ought, instead, to rouse her. This seems like the sort of duty a lady's maid should attend to. You enter the princess's bedroom and glance about. Her room looks much the same as you remember it from the night before, though the ceiling seems even higher when viewed in the wan morning's light. You can see, now that there are fewer shadows to impede your view, how very opulent your young mistress's abode is. Her armoire is large and imposing, as is the grate in which she will be expected to keep a fire lit during the nights. Thank you, Pally, for the head pat. Hi, Pally. How are you doing? The princess herself, meanwhile, is curled up on her side beneath the sheets, looking rather less grandiose than her title would suggest. She is attired in a nightgown adorned with frills, and her hair is split across the pillow like spilled gold. In her slender arms, meanwhile, held to her chest, is a doll, the very same one she was cosseting last night. You suppose that this doll must be her favorite. Idly, you wonder what the doll's name is, though you do not suppose it matters all that much. It is time to wake your mistress. You call out to the princess, but she is largely unresponsive. Her eyelashes are still sewn tightly shut, and her lips pursed in slumber. You purse your lips too, and sigh. Well, nobody ever said your job would be easy. Once again, you call to the princess, and this time she replies. Her response is not a favorable one, however. She sighs, then turns away from you, her doll clutched to her chest. Just give me a little longer. The princess sounds so enfeeble, but you do not take pity on her. If you have learnt anything from the conservatory, save for the knowledge pertaining to the respiratory tract of fish, it is that one must be cruel to be kind. You do not think this adage was practiced with any great success in the conservatory, but perhaps it will have more of an impact upon the princess. You tell her once again to wake up, more sternly this time. You will not let her sleep, for she has slept long enough already. It is very slovenly, really, to still be abed at such an hour. Oh, defeated, the princess sighs. All right, I can see that I can't twist you around my little finger. No, you can. You can. I'm up. You don't need to nag me. Once you have roused the princess from her bed, and you have put her doll to one side, you set upon her toilet? Toilet. The process of washing oneself. Oh. You aid the princess in the brushing of her hair, a chore to which she submits willingly, like a cat might allow its fur to be brushed. You allow yourself to ponder, as you run the bristles of the princess's brush through her hair, how wonderfully soft it feels against your skin. But a curious query from the princess. Are you all right, dear one? Brings you back to your senses. You were rather lost in thought there. Look lively now. You wouldn't want the princess to catch wind of your salacious thoughts, would you? I thought that you had learnt your lesson about that already. Suitably chastened, you finish with the princess's hair, then set the brush aside. Now that the princess's tresses have been taken care of, you must start on her attire. The princess remains seated upon the edge of her bed, looking up at you askance. She does not ask you to avert your eyes, and nor does she make any motion of divesting herself of her nightgown. It really does seem as though she expects you to undertake this task on your own. Is that all right? You ask the princess as much. You would not wish to impinge upon her modesty, but she only laughs. Yes, that's all right. It's what you're supposed to do if you're to be my lady's maid. I'm used to being dressed and undressed. I'm not a bit squeamish about it. She might not be squeamish about it, but you are. You have never seen a naked woman before, excepting yourself. Even then, however, you have always dressed and undressed furtively, not wanting to examine your body for longer than is strictly necessary. Wicked princess ploy. You have never much liked the way that you look. You make a few more mumbled objections, but the princess sweeps them to one side easily. It's all right. I might be a princess, but we're both people underneath all of our clothes. I doubt we look very much different. You are not sure about that. You have not yet seen the princess unadorned, but you already know, to look at her face, that you are different. She is much, much prettier than you are. But she is waiting, and you do not wish to keep her any longer. You steady your nerves. Then, you reach out with trembling hands and begin to undo the buttons which run down the front of the princess's nightgown. You work as quickly as you are able, which, given how badly your hands are shaking, is not very. You fumble with a couple of the buttons, flinching as you do so. The princess, however, seems blissfully unaware of what it is exactly you are doing, or not doing, for your fingers have begun to seize up with the front of her nightgown. She is not even looking at you. Instead, her gaze is directed beyond your shoulder to the windowsill and the sky beyond it. It isn't particularly sunny, but I don't think it's too cold outside. Going for a walk might not be a bad idea. What do you think, dear one? I want to be a bunny princess. You think that you would like to finish undressing the princess as soon as possible, so that you can make some progress on dressing her again. The sight of all of this exposed skin is bad for your heart. Fortunately, you are able to make quick work of the princess's nightgown, despite your initial mishaps, spurred on, perhaps, by your anxiety. You bid the princess to stand, which she does, and neatly she steps out of her nightgown, her motions, once again, as graceful and as fluid as a dancer's. This task completed, you search hurriedly, worriedly, for the princess's red dress. Where is it? You cannot find it. Sweat begins to prickle on the back of your neck. Your palms, meanwhile, feel uncomfortably clammy. The moments pass awkwardly, uneasily as you search the princess. The princess is standing there all the while, as naked as the day she was born. Why did you not find her dress before you stripped her of the night one? What a fool you are. The princess, noticing your panic, giggles, then says, "Are you looking for my dress?" "Yes," you reply, your face flushed. "That is what you were doing." I thought so. I did wonder, before you started undressing me, why you'd not asked where it was. Maybe it slipped your mind. It had slipped your mind, yes, to your shame. You were too busy trying not to fixate upon the princess's bared skin to think about how best to conceal it. My dress is in my armory. Armory. Oh, it's a wardrobe. Okay. How do you pronounce it though?
Armoire.
Armoire. Ah, okay. The princess says, glancing over to the aforementioned piece of furniture. That armoire of hers is an intricately carved wooden structure, large enough so you estimate to fit inside it enough dresses to attire a whole ballroom worth of princesses. I'd like to wear the red one. It's my favorite. Would you be a dear and fetch it for me? I don't want to rush you, but it is rather cold in here, especially while I'm still naked. She raises a good point. You turn away from the princess and make your way to her armoire. Once there, you open its wooden doors and pursue the clothes hanging within. It is just as you expected. Inside that wardrobe lies numerous dresses, all of them finely sewn and decorated with no shortage of ribbons, lace, and iridescent pearls. You find the princess's red dress soon enough, then hurry to her side. With your spoils in hand, you hurry to dress her, concealing once again the princess's pale skin beneath layers upon layers of soft red velvet. She is easier to look at now, you think, with her skin concealed. That might have been the most nerve-wracking task you've ever had to accomplish, even more so than your perilous escape through the foggy forest. What's harder, escaping from a presumed murderer, or trying to undress and dress a girl without your heart exploding? Why, it seems a small miracle that you can still remember how to breathe. You know, I'm just gonna say it now. I think our protagonist is a little bit gay. Maybe just a bit. Ah, that's much better. Thank you, dear one, for your help. You've not been here for a full day, but I already wonder what I'd do without you. Shyly, you assure the princess that you did nothing, really, nothing beyond your job. You did not do anything incredible. And, in any case, being complimented by somebody so pretty is embarrassing. Aw, don't be like that. I want to compliment you. Why shouldn't I, when you've been so helpful? It'd be rude not to, and anyway. I think you're very pretty too. Oh my. Your face flushes from this more deeply than ever before. You ought to count yourself lucky, really. What's with all this excessive blushing that the princess does not seem to possess any vampiristic tendencies? I wouldn't jump to that conclusion just yet, protagonist. Interesting thing to say, narrator. You are making yourself quite the easy target. Yeah, that's what I do. Now, the princess declares, why don't we go for a walk? It's a nice enough day, and I get so very bored of being cooped up inside. You can't think of any particular objections to raise to this remark, and you think that the princess might have a point. The castle, though expansive, is somewhat stifling. The walls are so very thick, they put you in a mind of a crypt. With your acquiescence assured, the princess quits her chamber, her posture elegant and her gait unhurried. She seems not to walk as she navigates her way through the seemingly endless hallways of her home, but to float like a cloud. The princess isn't a vampire, I promise. Anyway, this castle's really like a, like a crypt. She seems... Oh, okay. The hem of her dress swishes around her legs and her hair shifts like a shroud. The castle's courtyard, meanwhile, is sadly lacking in comparison to the princess's beauty. The courtyard is fenced in by the castle's walls, which look in the stark midday light, tall and imposing, faceless soldiers standing sentinel. Though the sun is out, it is not particularly bright, and neither is it particularly warm. The courtyard itself, meanwhile, is in a state of disarray. Victorian core. The flower beds are in shambles, all overgrown with weeds. It is all rather depressing. The princess's castle might be grand in scale, but the courtyard itself is simple, hemmed in to a claustrophobic degree, like a coffin. I feel like the authors really got something on their mind. The princess, however, seems not to share your dolorous mood. She instead looks elated by her newfound surroundings, her smile unwavering. She's so pretty and cute. She gambols about like a lamb, flitting hither and thither as she examines the weed-infested flower beds. Her frolicking comes to a cease, however, by a bush. One is full of bright red roses. Oh, how very pretty. Do you not think they are gorgeous, dear one? The flowers are not too disappointing, you suppose. They make for a fine spectacle. In fact, a welcome splash of color when contrasted with the dullness and the drabness which permeates the rest of the courtyard. Though the other flowers in their beds are wilted, withered things, it is not so for these roses. They are rich, bright red, just like blood. Their heads so full, they seem almost to droop beneath the weight of their own engorged petals. They are pretty, in a sense, but there is something unsettling about them, too. Something that is almost obscene. Oh, I see. Blood, engorged. So we've got blood, coffins, crypts, vampires. Maple! Maple, I missed you. How are you? Cute and squishy little bunny. You can squish me. I hope you're doing well, Maple. Missed you too. Just wanted to say hi. No, you're not interrupting. You could never interrupt. I'm so happy whenever you pop in. I hope you're having a good Wednesday. How did those roses become so very red? What has been sustaining them? Probably dead bodies. Hearing your voice makes it a lot nicer. Oh, I'm so glad. Mwah. I love you. Could it be possible that these roses have been draining the life from the other flowers which are struggling to grow within the garden? It is a fanciful thought, but... Oh, they are simply divine. Looking at these roses always lifts my spirits. Huh? Hesta melancholy? Thank you for the follow. Hestia melancholy. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. They really are my most favorite flower. I simply must pick some of them. Perhaps I can use them to decorate my bedchamber. It could use a bit of color. The princess reaches out so as to pluck one of the roses free from its resting place amongst his brethren. You watch her, your breath bated, anxious that this gesture might result in perforated flesh and bright red blood. But the princess is not as clumsy as you fear. Of course she is not. Who did you think she was? You? Wow. I'm getting called out so hard. Rather than worrying about other people, you would be better served if you worried more about yourself. Damn. Okay. This narrator is really putting me in my place. The princess holds her newly pilfered rose to her nose and inhales, her eyelids falling shut as the flower's sweet scent washes over her. A few moments of silence pass. Then the princess begins to toy with the petals which adorn the flower's crown. Now, let me see. I wonder what fate has in store for me. She loves me? The princess plucks a petal from the flower's overburdened head. She loves me not. The princess continues with this childish incantation, all the while stripping her rose slowly and methodically of its petals. These petals flutter about the princess like bloody snow. The princess's voice, meanwhile, echoes throughout the courtyard, even more melodic than the strains of a pianola? What's a pianola? It's a self-playing piano. Huh. Also known as a player piano. Interesting. She loves me? She loves me not. She loves me. She loves me not. The princess's fingers hover over one final petal, which crowns her nearly denuded flower. Then, with a triumphant smile, she declares, "She loves me! I knew it!" You watch the princess, amused by her girlish good cheer. The little mantra she has been reciting is one that you are familiar with. The girls at the conservatory also used to engage in this little game, the younger ones, at least, who believed that a fairy tale prince would whisk them away. You might have participated in this game yourself when you were a child but you never pinned your hopes and dreams on a handsome prince. Yeah, you always pin them on a big, strong farmhand woman. Your interest in princes has always been minimal. When it comes to fair princesses, though, well, that is a different matter altogether, isn't it? Pleasantly, you ask the princess whose love it is she wishes to court, a query which makes the princess giggle. Oh, dear one, who else could I be thinking of? Hey. Naturally, I was thinking of you. Naturally. She says it so easily, as though you ought to have suspected as much. And indeed, part of you did. Yeah, she's so forward. I like it. I like forward girls who are very clear with what they're trying to say, because I am stupid and I don't get things unless people very clearly state them to me. You want to believe. You wanted to believe, yet part of you was afraid to. You did not want to be arrogant enough to assume that the princess might care for your affections. You begin to blush, your cheeks almost as red as the roses, while the princess laughs. She laughs, and she laughs, and she laughs, her voice clear and sweet like a nightingale's song, as though you are the funniest thing she has ever seen. You never liked being laughed at when you dwelt within the walls of the conservatory, but it is different with her. You have not known her for all that long, but you are already entranced by her, ensnared. She has you wrapped around her little finger. Oh my. The princess's laughter tapers off into a series of giggles as, smiling, she wipes her eyes with the backs of her hand. That was quite the amusing diversion, but I've just had an idea. You look at the princess curiously. What idea? You can't tell? I'm going to eat you. You cannot even begin to guess. I just thought that all this watching must be boring you, the princess says, tossing the rose-stripped stem carelessly to the ground. You should give it a try. Please do. It'll be fun. The princess retrieves a second red rose from the bushes, deftly snapping it between her fingers, and offers it to you. I want to see what fate has in store for you too. Well, if it's an odd-numbered rose, then we should be good, I think, right? If it's even, then that's bad. You smile at the princess, touched by her enthusiasm, because I'm pretty sure when you play this game you start with "she loves me." I don't think you start with "she loves me not." Indulging in childish games like this might not be the best use of your time, but the princess looks so very determined that you wouldn't wish to hurt her. What could the harm What could be the harm, really, in consenting? Yeah, what's the worst that could happen if you just give consent? The only real casualty of this game will be the one singular rose, the rose that the princess is holding towards you. You reach out, meaning to accept the princess's offering, but... oh no! We got poked, didn't we? You are clumsy, and you seize the stem of the rose with a touch too much strength. The head of the rose might be pretty, but there is much more to a rose than its bright red flowers. Roses have thorns too. In fact, you are now being painfully reminded of. Pain flares through your fingers, and you gasp. You take a step back, the hem of your skirt swishing around your ankles. Your finger is stinging, and so are your eyes. You ought to have been more careful. Why were you so stupid? You poor dear, you're bleeding, the princess exclaims, alarmed. Then she frowns. This is all my fault. If I'd not suggested this silly game, this never would have happened. Please, let me take care of you. And how is she going to do that? I'm sure she's going to suck on her finger, right? Perhaps she means to take the handkerchief from her pocket with which she might staunch your wound. Princesses tend to carry handkerchiefs around with them, don't they? Silken ones? How else would they give brave knights tokens of their gratitude once those aforementioned knights have successfully slain dragons? Princesses can hardly dispense kisses as favors. It is simply not done. That is what you always thought, but... Please, hold still. This might sting a little bit. This princess is anything but ordinary. Rather than take a handkerchief out of her pocket, she, instead, encloses her white, slender fingers around your hand. Carefully, as though she is handling a precious object, she raises your hand, her eyes affixed, all the while, on the beads of startling crimson blood which are oozing luridly from your wound. She licks her lower lips. Then she dips her head. Cute. She parts her mouth, and with a soft sigh, which borders on sensuous, she slips your injured digit between her teeth. So much for princesses not dispensing kisses as tokens of appreciation. This might not be a conventional kiss, but it feels intimate regardless. Almost startlingly so. This is so cute. It is really cute. The princess's lips, which are as red as any rose, are enclosed around your index finger. You can feel the warmth of the princess's mouth about your skin and the wetness of it. These sensations make your whole body quake. You did not expect this. Tremulously, in a voice which wavers, you ask the princess what it is she is doing. Oh? The princess glances up at you, her mouth still enclosed around your finger. Didn't I tell you? I'm trying to stop your bleeding. Yes, you gathered as much, but... Is there a problem? I'm not making you uncomfortable, am I? It is not, you say, that she is making you uncomfortable, per se. But this is rather awkward. You did not expect it, that is all. The classic make her say it play. And is she not worried that this is unhygienic? Unhygienic? The princess blinks. She is the very picture of innocence, which is funny, really, given your finger is still nestled against her tongue. I don't know what you mean by that exactly. But I've heard this is the best way to take care of cuts. My nursemaid used to do this for me when I was a child. It's what you're supposed to do. And, you ask, your voice catching in your throat, did her nursemaid keep staunching her wounds with her mouth when she grew older? Well, no, but my nursemaid was dismissed when I was 8 years old. That's the normal way of things. I had my ladies' maids to look after me then. How very interesting. And did they ever clean your wounds like this? No, the princess says, smiling mischievously, because I'm not clumsy enough to cut myself, silly. Wow. Now that was quite the sharp retort. You did not expect it. Your face turns even redder, if such a thing is possible, though this might, perhaps, be to your benefit. With some luck, all of your blood flow to your face rather than to your finger, and your bleeding will stop. Has it stopped? Your injury was not a deep one. There should be no need for the princess to keep on sucking, but she still is. When you stop bleeding, but she keeps on sucking. You are not accustomed to intimacy of this nature. It is making your heart flutter. If the princess knew what her mouth was doing to you, you are sure she would not be so very familiar. You feel quietly, crushingly confident that she would scorn you for your feelings and deem them unnatural. It would not be the first time. At this point, you should be used to rejection. It still stings, though. It stings much, much more than any thorn on any rose ever could. The days pass following your misadventures in the rose garden in a relaxed, unhurried sort of manner. Your mad dash through the forest is beginning to feel like a distant memory, so much so you can scarcely recall the raw, naked fear you once felt as you fled for your life. There is no running to be had while you are working for the princess. You would have nowhere else to run, and in any event, there is no longer any reason to run. The shadows which once tormented you have, at long last, begun to recede. You can scarcely recall, as you lay down in your bed, the petty cruelties that you were subjected to by your classmates at the conservatory. They no longer matter. Your attention is focused not upon yourself, but upon the princess. The more time you expend with her, the more you come to care for her. You have become quite besetted with her, but you are yet to realize it. Well, I never. How very ignorant can one girl be of her own feelings? The princess is not half so ignorant as you are, though, despite having spent her whole life within the palace's walls. The weight of her own feelings are not unknown to her, and during one stormy night, she chooses to make them known to you. Oh? You are in the princess's bedchambers later, perhaps, than you ought to be, later than is strictly appropriate. It is dark outside, and there is little save the light. There is little save the light of the moon to alleviate it. That and the fire which crackles in the grate. Obliviousness is lesbian culture. You have only just finished stoking that very fire, and now you rise. You look to the princess, who is laying in her bed, and you bid her good night, as you have many nights past. With a neat curtsy, you turn to leave, but the princess's plaintive voice gives you pause. Wait, dear one, do not go. Not just yet. Perplexed, you pause, and then you look back at the princess. Though she is smiling, her expression is unusually wan. Is she all right? Oh, I'm sure I'll be fine. It's just nights like this, you know, which make me feel a little out of sorts. Is it a full moon? Wait, full moon is werewolf, not vampire. And what, you ask, does she mean by that? Only that it is very cold and very dark, and it is very windy besides. I'm afraid there will be a storm later. It was awfully cloudy earlier when we went out for a walk. The princess is not mistaken about that. The sky, when the pair of you promenaded about the garden earlier, was gray and steely, the wind bitingly cold. You can hear the wind rattling mournfully against the panes in the princess's bedchamber. The princess's castle is built of stone, and it is well fortified, but even with the fire, it is rather cold. You do not like to think of how much chillier, by comparison, it will be in your humble bedchamber, which is not fortunate enough to have its own fireplace. In the picture, it looked like it had a fireplace. It might sound childish, but I've always found it hard to sleep on stormy nights like this. They make me feel uncomfortable. You look at the princess with no small degree of sympathy. No longer clad in her bright red dress, she looks oddly, uncommonly vulnerable. Will she really be all right, all alone in her oversized bed, in her high-ceilinged bedchamber? You know it is silly of you to contemplate such a query. Why would she not be all right? There's nobody in the castle to hurt her. But still, you fret for her. As her lady's maid, it is your job to fret for her. You would never want your mistress to feel unhappy. You ask the princess what it is that she would have you do, and the princess perks up at this, pleased, perhaps, that you are taking the initiative. I wouldn't like to take up too much of your time when it is so very late, but would you mind sitting with me a little while longer and reading to me, provided that you can, of course. So cute. This is a fair enough question, but your pride bristles regardless. Hastily, you reassure the princess that yes, of course, you could read. You were a poor student in many aspects at the conservatory, but you had something of a gift when it came to the literary arts. Reading books is all you've ever been good at. Oh, I see. I suppose I should have known. You're so incredible. I sometimes wonder if there's anything you can't do. The princess's high praise makes you flush. Awkwardly, you look away. Being able to read, you assure her, is not such a great feat. Perhaps it isn't, where you hail from, but it is here. Very few of my old servants could read, and they certainly couldn't read the books that I like. This piques your interest. Intrigued, you ask the princess what books exactly she likes. Oh, you know, like, Yuri, visual novels. I guess those, are just novels when they're in book form. Well, I'm glad you asked. I'm fond of fairy tales, you see, old ones from centuries past. I have a collection of them here, the princess says, indicating a book on her bedside table as thick as a mortuary slab. The book is old, though, and the bindings are weak, the pages brittle, the writing woefully old-fashioned. I didn't trust any of my past servants with that book, but I think you would do a good job reading life into those old stories. Would you mind reading to me for just a brief while? Please, dear one? Oh, please. The princess's request seems a simple one, expressed sweetly, so much so, you see no reason to refuse her. You take a seat beside the princess upon her luxurious bed, which sinks beneath your weight. Then you retrieve the leather-bound book, which is resting upon her bedside table, and spread it open. The pages of the book are very brittle, like the princess said, and the bindings of the book are loose. You can feel in the heft of the book's manifold pages the weight of the ages concealed within it. How old is this book? Perhaps it is as old as the castle in which it resides. It is with a quiet voice, hesitant at first, that you begin to read to the princess a tale of courtly love which culminates in a lavish wedding ceremony. All the while, as you read, the princess listens to you, enraptured, hanging, or so it seems, upon your every word. Once you reach the final phrase, embossed upon the pages of this aged tome, and they lived happily ever after, the princess sighs as though this tale has touched her very soul. Would that there was a handsome prince to marry me, she says somberly, or better yet, a beautiful princess. At this point, I think I would even settle for a lowly scullery maid. You blush at this idle remark and mumble softly that this would not be proper. The storm outside is still squalling, and you have never been one to raise your voice. You do not expect, therefore, that the princess will overhear you, but she does. She observes you, her head resting against her pillows, and says, "And what would be the problem with that, As my maid, shouldn't my happiness come before any silly ideas of propriety?" "Well, of course," you reply, "but for a princess to marry a scullery maid—" "You're still hung up about that?" The princess titters. "Don't pay it too much heed. I'm just talking to myself." As if anything like that would ever happen when there's no priest around who would officiate it. You think there are greater issues with the princess's plan than the lack of a priest, though she does present a good point. The castle is an empty one. Even if the princess were to find somebody that she loves, there would be nobody to make such a wedding official. You cannot help but feel like you have avoided a good deal of nuisance. But, by the same token, do you not feel a touch disappointed? Well, never mind. "That was a nice story," the princess says, "but I'm not sleepy yet, and it's still storming outside. Won't you read me one more?" "You would not mind," you reply, "but it is getting late. You really ought to return to your own chamber." "I know, but can't you find it in your heart to read one more story to me? Just one? You can choose a short one. I won't complain." You have some doubts about that, but, as before, you cannot resist the princess's demands. It is not, you think, because she is a princess, though that is, of course, a part of it, but because she is, well, radiant. You would not, you think, as you turn to the next story recounted in this aged compendium, want to upset her. You would rather cut out your own tongue. You read another story to the princess, which is of a similar vein to the last, impossible adventures culminating, at their close, in a happy marriage. This tale delights the princess just as much as the tale you read prior, and she begs for another, and then another. One bedroom story soon becomes 5, and even then, when the candles which flicker on the princess's bedside are close to guttering out, the princess is not satisfied. Like a grasping, greedy child, she has never heard of moderation. When she wants something, she seeks to glut herself with it, her only request that of more. If she were less comely? What's this word? pleasant to look at, attractive.
Comely.
Comely. Perhaps her inability to adhere to the word no would be seen as a character deficit. The princess is very comely, however, and so, when she makes her next request, you almost agree offhand without considering the ramifications. I think I could go to sleep now, but the storm is still raging. I feel lonely on my own in this big, empty bed, so... I know. The princess's eyes light up like the night sky in a thunderstorm. Why don't you sleep with me? You stare at the princess, her eyes wide as goose eggs. Slowly, you blink. Then, just as slowly, you bid her to repeat herself. Didn't you hear me? The princess giggles. Maybe you've been so busy cleaning up after me, you've neglected to clean out your own ears. I said, dear one, would you like to sleep with me? If that is the question she truly means to ask, then it is easy enough to answer. Of course you would like to sleep with her. It would be an honor. But would it really be alright for you to accept such an invitation? It must be a gross breach of protocol, surely, for a lowly domestic such as yourself to share a bed with a princess. You sit upon the princess's bedside, fretting while she observes with wide, beseeched eyes. She is waiting. Well, what's the matter, dear one? Why do you tarry so? Could it be... The princess's lower lip begins to tremble. Don't you want to lie with me after all? The sorrow present in the princess's voice and in her face makes you feel awfully guilty. Hurriedly, you console her. You tell her in no uncertain terms that if she truly wishes to partake in your company, then you have no qualms with it. Why would you? Well then, don't just stand there dilly-dallying, silly. Come and join me, come. These are euphemisms. And this is what you do after returning briefly to your own chamber to change into your nightgown. Once dressed, you waste no time in returning to your impetuous princess's side. She is already lying in her glorious four-poster bed, awaiting some return, as though you were a knight errant gone away to slay some wicked dragon. The princess giggles when she sees you. In your haste to change, you have made a hash of the buttons, and she bids you to come closer. Let me fix that for you, silly. Oh no, you say. I couldn't possibly let you do that. I am but a servant, after all. Should it not be your job to dress her? Maybe so, the princess says, but I don't mind a bit of role reversal. It makes things fun. True, true. You try a few more refutations, but in vain. The princess summarily discards all of them. Quite at the princess's mercy, she might have been even more stubborn than you are, you capitulate to her demands. You let the princess unbutton the front of your nightdress, then rebutton them so the fabric of your plain gown is drawn shut. Satisfied with her handiwork, she has very elegant hands. The princess draws back and pats the mattress beside her. Now, come in. It must be horribly cold out there, but these sheets are warm. Coyly, the princess smiles. And so am I. Gosh. You feel warm yourself as you slide into bed beside the princess. Your face is as red as the gown the princess so often wears, as red as the roses in the castle grounds. All the while, your heart is fluttering. Does the princess know what an effect she is having on you? Surely she must. How could any woman be so blind? There, the princess exclaims, once your body is lying beside hers. That is much better. Do you feel cozy now, dear one? Bunny blushies. I mean, this is just really cute and like I don't know. Lewd things definitely make me blushy, but also just like honestly just cuddling and sharing a bed with someone like this, that also makes me blushy. It sounds so nice. You swallow and, with a shaky voice, you reassure her. Yes, you are cozy. You are quite cozy indeed. Very good. The storm might be raging outdoors, but it can't get us here. I know. When I'm with you, I'll be safe. It's strange, but the princess reaches out, then takes your hand in hers, twinning your fingers together like a chain. Aww. Yum, cannibalism. I mean, what? No, you're right. You're at the right place. This is the cannibalism stream. When I'm with you, I feel so very light. It's as though nothing in the world can hurt me. It makes me feel safe, so I want to make you feel safe too. I'll take very, very good care of you. I promise. Oh, gosh. You return her smile with one of your own, touched by her thoughtfulness, though something about her promise does make you wonder. Should it not be your job to look after her as a domestic? In a way, the princess replies after a pause, but you've been taking good care of me already. Now I need to return the favor. As a princess, I'm supposed to look after my vassals. It's all part of the job description. You were unaware that being a princess came with a job description. You thought the profession came with fewer written responsibilities and far fewer forms to sign than, say, becoming a doctor or an astrophysicist or a mathematics professor. You tell the princess this, sleepily, and she laughs. You do say some funny things, dear one. I think you must be tired. Rest your head. You've been working so hard. I think you deserve it. Yes, you think, only half conscious. You think you deserve it too. You have been working hard for a long time, have been running for even longer, but now, at long last, you feel like you can let your fears go. Your eyelids begin to droop, your body beleaguered by a sudden all-consuming fatigue. So here's the thing. When we went to the village and we spent time with the gravedigger, everything went perfectly fine until the night that we slept with her in the same bed. That's when we woke up in the coffin being buried. And I have a feeling that sleeping with the princess is going to lead to a similar exchange. So let's see what happens. And in a quiet, understated sort of way, your consciousness is conveyed to Morpheus's kingdom. Your sleep is a deep one, despite the storm which rages outdoors. The wind is howling like a couple of wild cats, both locked in a vicious and bloodthirsty bout to the death, but you do not hear it. Weird how sleeping with pretty girls gets you killed. Worth it. Swaddled by the warm blankets about you and soothed by the princess's presence, you are immune from all the ills of the world. When you are with the princess, you feel safe, secure, and, yes, you even feel loved. It is a pity, then, that these feelings do not last for very long. Yep. You know that something is wrong, catastrophically so, the moment that you open your eyes. Your thoughts are hopelessly jumbled, but you are certain that when you fell asleep, it was in a bed, a nice warm bed, no less, beneath soft, comfortable sheets. You are not lying in a bed right now, though. You are not, in fact, lying at all. You are standing, instead, against a cold, hard wall made of stone. The curve of your back is pressed against the wall so intimately you can feel its icy chill seeping through the fabric of your nightgown. Your feet, which are bare, are similarly pressed against cold, unfeeling stone. They feel so frigid you cannot help but tremble. We'll save. You are trembling so much, you can feel your teeth chattering together. They sound like castanets. The sound is almost jaunty as it echoes through your cell, for that is indeed where you are. Yeah, but look, you're not lonely. Look at all the friends you have. Some of them are even wearing maid outfits. The princess's bedchamber, wherein you fell asleep, is a thing now of the past. You are standing, instead, you realize, with a sharp start, in the cell of some great underground dungeon. You swallow, and when you do, you can taste something bitter on your tongue. Your stomach is beginning to churn with anxiety. You feel like you're going to be sick, a feeling which wells up inside you to a staggering degree when you catch notice of the stench. You are not, you realize, the only one in the dungeon. There are others here, others attired in the simple black and white outfits of servants which look much like the dress that you once wore. The others who are with you, however, in this expansive cell, manacled to the walls, are in no fit state to speak to you, nor to tell you of their plights. They are unfeeling, unseeing, unbreathing. They are all dead. Whoa. The music shift. You cannot approach these servants to check their pulses, for you yourself are restrained. But even if you could, there would be no point. There is no way any human could survive the wounds which have been inflicted upon these sad, slumped bodies. Would you really call being a skeleton being wounded? I mean, I guess you could call that a wound, but I don't think wound fully encompasses being a skeleton. Over there, you see a woman slumped in front of her once white apron stained with blackish blood. There is a gaping wound in her stomach, one through which her entrails have half escaped. Okay, so I guess not everyone here is a full-on skeleton. In some sort of burgundy goop, which might have once been pale pink. There's another woman slumped beside the first, of a smaller stature. She is skinnier. Maybe she is not a woman after all, but an adolescent like yourself. She might even be younger. The girl's age, or lack of, did not prelude her attacks from inflicting upon her horrors. Alas, for her body is even more mutilated than the first. Her body is prepped with even more wheals. A red swollen mark left on the flesh by a blow or pressure. Oh, like a bruise, kind of? Or... oh. Sort of like a welt, I guess? Huh. And her face has been half smashed in. Only one eye remains, staring fixedly at the wall opposite her in the ruined remains of what was once her skull. Over there, you see a woman who is missing both her arms and lower jaw. Over there, you see another who is missing her entire lower half. Where have her legs gone? You have no idea. The injuries inflicted upon these bodies are so ghastly, but their advanced decay is enough to turn your stomach. Princess got snacky. You know what? Understandable. As a princess, I think she should be allowed to eat whatever she wants. You know not how long these carcasses have been lying down here, but they have begun to petrify. You fear a similar fate might befall you should you stay here. You need to escape. Fitfully, you struggle against the manacles which bind you, but alas, it is no use. You cannot free yourself from the walls. Your restraints are much too strong, and you are much too weak. Panic rises up in your throat, cold and icy, while terror seizes your heart. This too, glacial. It is obvious that escape is impossible, but still, you squirm and writhe like a rat caught in a firestorm. There is little point, however, to your struggles. You succeed in nothing as you attempt to free yourself, save making the steel manacles dig into your abused wrists more sharply than ever. You gasp. That hurts. Well, you ought to have known that would not work. The very definition of insanity is, performing a set of actions over and over again, hoping for a different response. In that sense, perhaps one could argue optimism is not so very different from insanity. Now, that is an interesting point to consider. Would you not agree? No, evidently not. You are still trying to escape, you foolish girl, as if that will do you any good. The clangorous rattling of your steely restraints is rather starting to get on my nerves. You are making enough noise to raise the dead down there in your dark, dingy cell, and all your screaming is hardly helping matters. I'm sorry, the narrator is so salty at us. I wish that you would cease this infernal racket, but I know that you will not. Nothing I say could ever get through to you. Not that you have ever listened to me in the first place. Perhaps you would listen to her, though. Is she not your kind, considerate mistress? Very interesting. So it definitely seems like the narrator is controlling things, and we must have had some kind of falling out with the narrator, and thus my hunch is that the narrator set up these three characters or whatever, but I don't know. Look, now she has come all this way into the dark depths of the castle's cold, inhospitable dungeon to see you. Is that not kind of her? Oh, dear one, the princess trills, entering the dungeon with a series of light, tittling steps. It would seem like you have finally awoken. How are you? Maybe. I am interested in playing Slay the Princess after this, but I have a few different options. There's one game I really want to stream, but it isn't done yet, so it seems a little pointless. But also, I don't want to wait. Wait, there's a sequel to this? Yes, I'm going to play that. Is it out? What's it called? I should honestly just look through the whole Ebi-Hime backlog. Based on that all that infernal racket you've been making, it would seem like you have no shortage of energy. The end of an obsession. Ooh, that sounds good. Yeah, maybe that's what I'll do. Gotcha. Okay. Balefully, you turn your head so as to meet the eyes of the princess. She is standing but a few paces away, beneath the roughly hewn stone arch which bids one entry, but rarely ever an exit, to the dungeons. The dungeons are dull and drab, but the princess is wearing her favorite red dress. It is so bright and brilliant that for a few moments it hurts you to look at her. Maybe I'll just become an Ebi-Hime simp and just play every single one of her games. Once the red of the princess's outfit makes you think of romance. Made you think of romance. Now it makes you think of violence. I mean, those could be the same thing. Or, like, like, uh, I don't know. I think violence can be very romantic. Ooh. One of its marketing bullet points is violence? Ooh, I want to play that. Okay. Definitely adding it to the list. Well, hopefully we'll finish this game tonight, and then next week we can maybe do that. You must forgive me for leaving you down here for so long. That was unfair of me. I did think of waiting here with you, by your side, until you awoke, but... Once again, the princess giggles, a light, airy giggle, which does not at all suit the situation in which you have found yourself. A dungeon is not a fit place, after all, for a princess. It is horribly cold here and so very drab, and there is nowhere nice and soft to lay my head. I could have brought my pillows down from the bed, I suppose, and my blankets, but then they would have gotten dirty, and that would be a disaster. I need to be more careful. I won't have anybody left to clean up after my messes soon. Not when I've dispatched you. Not when I've dispatched of you. Once again, the princess laughs. Her laughter is light and lilting, like the chiming of a silvery bell, but it does little to alleviate your concern. If anything, it makes you feel more alarmed. Did she say she meant to dispatch of you? Yes, that's right. Could you not tell? I thought you might have figured that out already after waking up in a dungeon, silly. Still smiling, the princess takes another step towards you. Would that you could. You would cringe away from her, but you cannot. You are completely powerless. Me and who? The princess reaches out and places a hand upon your cheek. Her skin is very white, and though her touch is cool, it is less so than the frigid air in the dungeon. Though your body is aching, the princess's touch is gentle, and you find yourself leaning into it subconsciously. You wish she would keep holding you. You wish she would keep touching you. You luxuriate in her kindness as best as you can. But, though the princess's caresses are tender, your circumstances rather undermine them. How can you relax like this? You're such a good girl, the princess says in a cajoling sort of voice, as one might address a cat. You've been so lovely to me while we've been together. I really couldn't ask for a better servant. I feel as though I've been spoiled. Why? Then you ask her, is she doing this? Improbable though it sounds, she must be the one who chained you up. There is nobody else in the castle who could have committed such a feat. Everybody else is dead. Why, yes, how very astute of you. I was the one who orchestrated all of this, naturally. Naturally, she says, as though her betrayal is a matter of course. Naturally. Why, you ask, is this so natural to her? What does she mean to do with you? Oh, only what I've done with all my other servants. I have experience with this sort of thing, so please don't worry. I'll take good care of you. And by take good care of, she means naturally, I'll kill you. There it is again, that word, which seems grossly inappropriate given all which has transpired. Naturally. There is nothing natural about this. Do you not think so? Karen Pond, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Karen Raid. Welcome in. Let me shout you out. How was your stream? What were you streaming? I hope it was fun. Just in time to watch a girl kill another girl. Yay! Karen Pond, thank you for the follow. I really need to fix my notifications. Oh, you were streaming the sequel to the Milk game? Ooh. How was that? I've been having so much fun with visual novels lately. Do you not think so? The princess examines you, her expression ponderous. It's natural to me, even if it isn't natural to other people. This just feels right. Imprisoning her servants in the dungeon and letting them die? Yes, exactly. There is a bit more to do than that, though. Oh, of course there is. I like you, dear one, the princess says in a voice which sounds uncommonly serious. You have been good to me, like I said, and kind. For that, I will be eternally appreciative. You have been so good to me, in fact, that simply being with you is not enough. Not anymore. Your company can no longer content me. I'm a greedy, selfish girl, you see. The princess's smile widens into something sinister, her eyes flashing with a fiendish fever. you have never before witnessed. And I don't want to feel you beside me. I want to feel you inside me. Listen, there are ways that we could accomplish this without you killing me, but you know. Ah, lesbians, thank you for the food. Thank you, lesbians, for being the food. Well, of all the things your charming captor could have said, you did not expect that. The princess, perhaps noticing your confusion, begins to giggle, a giggle even lighter than meringue and just as airy. It is just as inoffensive. I can see that you don't understand, dear one, but you aren't the only one. My last lady's maid said that too. But I'm not a top, please, the protagonist. Wanly, the princess sighs. A beleaguered woe is me sigh, which makes her look even younger than the scant handful of years she truly possesses. And the one before that, and the one before that, and the one before that. I thought that you, at least, might be able to appreciate my point of view, but perhaps not. I don't think it should be too complicated to grasp, really. But maybe my way of looking at the world is a little bit unique. That's what my nurse always used to say, at least when she still had the breath to speak, of course. Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism. You look at the princess. Where else is there for you to look, really? Your eyes affixed to her face. She is still smiling, but there is something sinister about her smile. Or perhaps, in your anxious state, you are only imagining that there is something sinister about her smile. It is easy to see things which do not really exist when your surroundings are festooned in shadows. In actuality, however, this princess does not look any different to you than how she usually does. Neither is she acting any differently to the way she usually acts. She has not changed. It is only your perspective of her that has changed. Okay, I'm gonna look up how to pronounce this word because I can never figure it out. Tremulously. Pronunciation.
Tremulously.
Tremulously? That sounds silly.
Tremulously.
Tremulously. I guess like tremoring, sort of. I guess, probably. Tremulously, you ask the princess what she means, a question the princess is only too happy to answer. It's simple, really. Like I said, you were wondering, weren't you, why there weren't any guards or any servants in the castle when you first arrived here? The question had crossed your mind, yes. You are sure that the princess said her ministers sent them away, though. Was that a lie? I wasn't being wholly truthful, no. I thought that you would be afraid of me if you knew what had actually happened, and I didn't want that. I wanted you to stay with me. My ministers didn't send anybody away because I don't have any ministers. I dispatched of them too. No, your bluntness is warranted. It's okay, we're still in the foreplay phase. We'll get to that. Did she now? You suppose you ought not to be surprised, but you still shudder regardless. My ministers weren't very much fun, I'm afraid. They had a lot of ideas about what I should and shouldn't do after my parents died. The princess stares at you, her eyes wide like black holes, empty, yawning abysses. So, I killed them. I killed my servants too, though I did a more thorough job with them than I did my ministers. I did not care for my ministers, you see. They were all fusty old men, but I did love my servants. I loved my ladies' maids, and my undermaids, and my scullery maids, and my housekeeper, and my cooks, and my large retinue of retainers. Epitome of I can wait no epitome. It's epitome, right? It's not epitome. I don't know. Words are hard. Bunny tired. And I want ice cream. They were like my family. They raised me in my parents' absence, and I adored them. They were so very dear to me that I had no real choice. I had to eat them. Does that follow? Not logically, no. I mean, I get it. I get loving somebody so much that you want to devour them. Or loving somebody so much that you want to be devoured by them, too. Why, you ask the princess, your voice trembling, would you eat the people that you love? It seems a poor way to repay them for their kindness. Well, why wouldn't you eat the people that you love? I don't think there could be any greater way of showcasing one's gratitude unless you have any better ideas. No, she's right. You weren't expecting the princess to turn the tables on you quite like this, and dumbfoundedly you stare at her. You know precious little about love yourself, so it is hard for you to form a convincing rebuttal, but you muster up a few token arguments. You tell the princess that eating people isn't very nice. I love it. The best you can muster up is eating people isn't very nice. Yeah, English is kind of cringe. It's my first language and I suck at it. And neither is it strictly legal. I mean, she's a princess. Who cares about laws? She could eat whoever she wants. A better way to show your gratitude to your servants would be with increased wages or increased holidays. Okay, yeah, sure. Sure. Give them more money and give them time off when you could just eat them. The princess listens to your arguments, her expressions astute, like a student poised to take notes in a very important lecture. It's been a pleasure meeting you too. Once you are finished, however, her concentration fails her. Her shoulders begin to shake, but is not with remorse for what she has done. Instead, she is laughing. Oh, dear one, that's very funny. But why should I care about the law? I'm a princess. One day, I'll be the queen. I am the law. That is a good point. Why would eating people not turn her subjects against her? Oh, but would eating people not turn her subjects against her? What subjects? I'm no fool, you know, no matter how I might act, and I know what happens beyond the castle walls. I know all about the plague. Once I might have had a populace to govern, but they're all gone now. I'm a princess in nothing but name only, a monarch without any subjects. But don't you think that's sad? I know I do. It's so woefully lonely. If she feels lonely, then why has she been systematically slaughtering all of her domestics? It doesn't make a lick of sense. Perhaps not. to you. Gently, the princess caresses your cheek. But I shouldn't judge you too harshly. As much as I like you, dear one, you are a commoner. Perhaps you can't understand the intricacies of my thoughts. Privately, you doubt that anybody would be able to understand the intricacies of the princess's thought process, largely because it is unreasonable. You do not say that, though. Instead, you ask her the only question you can think to ask, with your weary throat which is sore from shouting. Why? Why, you ask. The princess blinks. It's because I don't want you to leave me, of course. Everybody leaves sooner or later, whether they have pledged their allegiance to me or not. That is simply the way of the world. People are fickle and inconsistent, even to me, a monarch. That is why I decided to eat my servants. I had no choice, you see. It was the only way to ensure that they would never leave me. When you think about it, they should be grateful that I would demean myself so, to consume their flesh and blood. I am a magnanimous ruler, you see, and I treat all my subjects equally. I love every single one of you, and naturally, I love you too. You have been awfully nice to me, and you are very pretty alongside it. If you were a plain, ugly girl, perhaps I would not shower you with affection quite as intensely as this, but you've captured my heart. I think you're lovely. So, I'll bestow upon you the highest honor I can conceive of. I want your body to mix with mine, and then we can stay together forever and ever. I mean, realistically, we'll only be together for about 7 years, because that's about how long it takes for every cell in your body to be replaced. So after 7 years, everything that I made up of you will be gone. You can still eat me, though. I'm not like arguing against it. Feel free. The princess leans in. You can feel her soft silken hair brushing against your cheeks. Can feel, too, the warmth of her breath as it ghosts against your skin. It is cold in the dungeon, but the princess's close proximity is, perverse though this might sound, something of a comfort. Her eyes are wide and her lips so red. Her smile, meanwhile, is so sweet. I've been doing my best to fulfill the role that fate has dictated for me, but really... The princess exhales. Her eyes, which are boring into yours, are like two dark tarns. What's a tarn? A small mountain lake. Oh, interesting. Finally, you think you can see, in the alarming lack of light, the lack of anything in the princess's gaze, some degree of humanity. It gets so lonely here. But this brief flicker of understanding, which passes between the pair of you, is soon cut short. The princess dips her head. She parts her lips, which are red as petals of a carnivorous flower. You feel the princess's breath against your neck. It is warm in the icy chill of the dungeon, and you shudder from it. For a few moments, you think that this overture of the princess could be romantic, in a way, but this too comes to a swift, merciless close. The princess's mouth is on your neck. The princess's teeth, sharp as needles, are in your flesh. The princess is draining your blood. She is supping on it in great, greedy goblets like a hungry animal, one who cannot truly comprehend the harm it is causing. Even as the princess sups from you, her arms twined around your waist, you find you cannot hate her. She is far too unworldly. You are sure, as your consciousness begins to fade, that the princess was being sincere when she spoke of her love for her past servants. This is simply the way the princess expresses this great love of hers, a love which is so very abundant it borders upon the monstrous. It is a love you never thought you would ever experience. This love of the princess eclipses anything you have ever known before. It eclipses sanity. It eclipses reason. It eclipses all notions you might once have had of right or wrong. The princess, as you know full well, does not care about such concepts. You have always possessed a stubborn core, nestled beneath your weak-willed exterior, but the princess is even stubborner than you are. In the face of her love, you have met your match. The princess draws back. Desperately, you gasp for air, but she does not give you any quarter. As before, she dips her head, her red lips redder still with your blood, then splits apart her jaw. Her teeth, which are impossibly, inhumanly sharp, glint wickedly like knives. Then she tears out your throat. The front of your nightgown was once white. Now it is red. Hi, Ruby. Welcome in. Ruby, you're always falling from the ceiling. There is so much blood. You can smell it when you inhale, sharper than metal. It is so potent you can taste it on your tongue. You try to inhale, but this task proves to be beyond you. What with the twin perforations that have ruptured your skin, your attempted breaths, when they escape your lips, sound like sad, sorry wheezes. Your whole body, meanwhile, feels as though it is on fire. You make for quite the sorry sight indeed. But you'll forgive me if my sympathy is limited. You did bring this upon yourself, you know. You reap what you sow, and in your case, you made a series of bad decisions which led to your untimely demise. You're just a little hatchling dragon? Oh. I'm doing alright. I hope you're doing well. Now, what do you want to do? Will you accept this fate of yours and rest in peace? Or will you try to fight against it? Well, let's accept our fate and see what happens. We're gonna get eaten. Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism, Yuri cannibalism. What? Really? You're fine with being eaten alive in a dark, dingy dungeon, then being left to rot? That does not sound like a very satisfying ending to this particular narrative. But if that's what you want, then so be it. I do not mind indulging you. That is what I have always done, after all, from the moment we first met. I have dedicated myself tirelessly to answering your wishes, and this is no different. Do not be so foolish to think, though, that you can escape me, even if your life's blood has mingled with that of the princess's. I am not going to relinquish my hold upon you that easily. Kind of love the narrator. The narrator's, really romantic. I did pledge, after all, to remain by your side, come what will, fire or flood. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Is there more? Fight against your fate. That is a good answer, I must admit. I like it. It is impressive how very defiant you can be, even in a situation as discomforting as this. Now, try not to cry. Keep your chin up. This is but a minor setback in your story. Like all fair maidens, you are deserving of your own happy ending. You need only the strength to try and seek it out. Why don't we give this another go? Just try not to ensnare the hearts of any more monarchs, particularly those with unusual appetites. You are destined for far higher purposes than being an entree, and there are vastly more enjoyable ways to be eaten in this world. Oh my. Your fate is once again in your hands. Now I wonder, which path will you take? Give up. So, you've come back here, have you? That does not come as much of a surprise. Though presented with 3 potential paths, it is not as though traversing any of them would have any particular impact upon your ultimate fate. In the end, you were always destined to return here. That's okay. I hope you rest well, Holy. Did you really think you had a choice? How hopelessly naive of you. I thought that you were smarter than that. Your breath, which once escaped your lips in a sharp, ragged gasps, is now on the verge of petering out altogether. Your lungs feel deflated as though they have been punctured. Your blood is rushing through your temples in a heady, overwhelming surge. Your stomach, meanwhile, has twisted itself up into knots. Your body feels heavy, your legs in particular. They no longer wish to obey you. You take a stumbling step forwards, and your foot gets caught in a tree root. You are certain that you passed this root once already, and that you sidestepped it. But perhaps your memory is beginning to fail you, just like the rest of your body. Thank you, Holy, for the head pat. Oh. I wonder how much more of this game is left. You gasp, surprised, and pitch forward, dull and senseless like a sack full of potatoes. Your arms hit the ground with a crack, one which makes you cry out in pain. Tears begin to bead on your eyes, wet and salty, tears which you cannot stymie. You are not as resilient as the gravedigger, nor as carefree as the princess. If you lived underwater like the mermaid, then nobody at the very least would be able to tell that you are crying. But you do not, and I can. Believe me, I can. Your arm aches dreadfully, but at least you can still feel it. Your poor feet, meanwhile, have gone quite numb. You would try to stand, had you the energy, but you know, as you sit there, dazed, that this would be a futile effort. You cannot stand, not any longer. It hurts too much. You really have been through a lot tonight, haven't you? I fear I have not been very kind to you. But you ought to be accustomed to hardship. Why then are you crying? You always have been a crybaby. This is why they teased you so much. It's because they knew that they would be guaranteed a reaction. You are very predictable. Even now, after you tried to borrow my power for your own purposes, you have not changed at all. Another 40 minutes or so? Okay, we'll push through then and try to finish this. We can do this. Interesting. So I guess the narrator seems to have some kind of power. Like a mage or something? A witch? Something. And it seemed like we stole their power somehow. As you sit there, sobbing, you hear, or you think you can hear, footsteps approaching you. There, to your right, is the snapping of a twig. To your left, the telltale rustle of leaves. Your every sense feels razor sharp, honed to a knife's point by anxiety. You are so panicked you feel as though you are going to be sick. If you wanted to vomit, then why not? There is no shame in it. There is nobody here to judge you. Nobody but me. I have always been here, you know. I will always be here, no matter how fast you try to run, or how far. Did you really think you could escape me? Poor, sweet child. Poor little fool. I did tell you, did I not? A contract with a witch is binding. Okay, so it is a witch. This is something I've been thinking about for a while, but this reminds me a lot of Madoka. Specifically Madoka Rebellion, with the way the story's playing out so far. No amount of physical distance between the both of us could ever sever it. I told you I would never let you be lonely, and I meant it. But I have had rather enough of these little games. It is time for me to collect my collateral. Oh. Okay. She's got like the bones of the gravedigger in her hair. And like, huh? Oh, Rick Seeger, thank you for the follow. A soft gasp escapes your throat as you feel arms wind their way about your back. Naturally, you know whose arms they are. They're mine. I have been watching you all night, but this is the first time I have reached out to you in so direct a manner. Did you not expect me to be so forward? I can hear your heart fluttering in your chest. It is beating very quickly, like a startled rabbit. Your breaths are short and sharp. It is a cold night, and though I am holding you, you are still shaking. I wish you would not tremble so. Everybody fears the unknown, but we are not strangers. We have spoken before, have we not? When you first called me forth from the ether using that book you found in the library. Ooh, so we summoned her. You were desperate enough then to turn to occult for the help, to turn to the occult for help. You pleaded with me to use my magic for your behalf. You begged me. You implored, and you entreated, and you wheedled, and you whined, and though I have some reservations, you forced my hand. I had no choice, not in the face of your desperation. You did not want to be lonely anymore. You wanted to have a friend, somebody who would always be there for you, no matter what. You wanted somebody to love you. Is that not what you demanded of me? I love where this is going. Is that not what I have given you? You might think me wicked, but I think you are being awfully cruel yourself to run from me after I made all of your wishes come true. I did think, you know, about punishing you for running away from me. I thought of poking out your eyes so that you might never see anybody other than me. I thought of cutting off your long, lovely hair so that nobody might ever think you beautiful but me. I thought of breaking your legs so that you might never be able to escape from me. God, she's so romantic. Like, she's perfect. I turned all of these intriguing ideas over in my mind, but I am a merciful witch. Though you hurt me, I did not wish to hurt you. You asked, after all, that I love you, and that is what I did. I have drowned you in my love. I have buried you beneath my love. I have swallowed you with my love. You have always been a sad, lonely girl, one who has been starved of affection. Nobody has ever cared for you. Your life has been a barren, empty wasteland, one devoid of fonder feelings. That is why I had to drown you, you see. That is why I had to bury you. It is why I had to swallow you. In the end, I was doing you a favor. I was doing it all for you. In that sense, you are very lucky. Do you know that? There are few people in the world who have had the privilege of being loved to the brink of insanity quite this many times in one night. There are few people in the world who can claim to have been loved by a witch. You have experienced so much love, it ought to have slacked even your unquenchable thirst. You know, now, what it feels like to be adored. I have more than upheld my end of the bargain. Now, I think it is time that you do the same. From this night forth, you and I will always be together. Then I shall be able to love you endlessly. Your Saber, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. Hi, Niji. Aw. Welcome in, everybody. How are you doing? I hope your night has been well. Blueling, thank you for the follow. Oh, okay. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Bark, bark, woof, woof. Thank you for the head pat and oh, hydrate. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. Let me shout you out. What were you streaming? How was stream? I hope it went well. A smooch for Niji? Okay. Mwah. It's a pleasure to meet you too. Thank you, Niji. You will never be lonely again. I'm doing really well. Huh? Huh? Oh, I have to start a new game? Okay. You are running through a forest. I got an achievement called Deja Vu. But this shouldn't come as a surprise to you. You've been here before, haven't you? It is beginning to feel like you've been running for a long, long time, but the sun, despite the overwhelming weariness which assails your legs, has yet to rise. Why, I wonder, could that be? You are sure, as you run, that you have seen this all already. You're playing Maside? Is that how it's pronounced? It's like Doki Doki Literature Club and Needy Stream Overload? Yo, that sounds like such a good combination. Okay, I'll definitely have to add that to the list of games to play. Oh, that sounds really good. You have seen the fractal pattern of the moon's milky glow as it spills on an uneven forest floor, and the trees which jut out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god. You have seen wicked brambles which sought to ensnare you, and, I might add, succeeded, and tree roots, hooked like the choppy fingers of witches far older than I, which sought to trip you. You have cut your feet. You have torn your skirt. You have taken numerous paths, yet they all ended in failure. Once you had hope. Now it is gone. You have already given in to me. So why are you still running? Doomed Yuri, so good. Yeah, it's really, really good. Oh, Niji, thank you for the Silly girl. Did you really think you could escape from me? After all I have subjected you to already? There is no use trying to escape from my embrace, and if I may be so bold, I am hurt that you would even attempt it. Were you not happy with me? I was happy with you, but no matter. You are a stubborn little chit, and perhaps you think that things will be different this time around. That is why you began to run. Your Saber, thank you for the follow. I can see, despite the fear in your eyes, that your resolve has not yet burnt out. Not just yet. A spark of it still remains, a spark that I mean to extinguish for good. You know what, before I forget, hold on. Because I know I'll forget because I have a really bad memory. I'm gonna go to my list of games to play. And I'm gonna add me side, and what's the other one? The End of an Obsession. Okay, that way I won't forget. It is pointless, you know, trying to escape from a witch's curse in this forest of phantasmagoria, constructed from my own powers. I am a creator goddess, Mother Earth, if you will. It does not matter how quickly you run, trampling the tall grass and the loose leaves and ugly spotted mushrooms underfoot. I still have you right where I want you, in the palm of my hands. I will not let you get away that easily. But very well. If you insist on playing this little game, then I will indulge you. I will play along. We can do this all over again. Now, where were we? Oh, yes. You are still running through a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light your way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach you, not properly. The trees which surround you, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. You cannot see where you are going. Even if you had commenced your flight at a more sensible hour, though, with the light of the sun to aid you, it would be of little use. A smooch for Yor? Okay. Hi, Yor. Mwah. You have no map, no route, no plan. You are running like a frightened animal, anxious and nervy, with no destination in mind, none beyond the almost overwhelming impetus to escape. You cannot let yourself be caught, though it is too late, I suppose, for that. You have no choice, therefore, to keep going. You have no choice, therefore, to keep going? I can't tell if that's a typo or if I'm just dumb and bad at reading. On and on and on, though your feet are screaming at you for mercy. You run and you run and you run until at long last you reach a fork in the road. There are 3 paths which split off through the forest. Well, 4 if you count the path down which you came. You cannot exactly double back on yourself, though. Why would you? 'Cause I want to kiss the witch? Okay. You have put all the effort, after all, into running forwards, not just once, but twice. I doubt you mean to confront me. How can you, when you are so very afraid? I can hear your teeth chattering, you know. I can see your legs trembling. Your fear rolls off you in waves, more potent than any perfume. Your anxiety is truly staggering. It is a wonder, really, how you are able to keep putting one foot in front of the other. You will keep putting your feet in front of the other, though, no matter which decision you make. You will not turn back. How could you? You are far too cowardly. Now, the 3 paths are signposted, as well you know, which would be a strange sight, given you are so deep in the forest. But you ought to be used to strange sights by now. It is dark, but that does not matter. You have seen this signpost before, and you know full well where each path leads you. I would say that your fate is in your hands, but you and I both know that is incorrect. That's okay. Please get some yummy food and, you know, rest. I'm sure you had a long stream. Some of you are so prey coded and it is so attractive. Do you know who posted that? Are they single? Do they need a new prey animal to hunt? Asking for a friend. Definitely. Your fate is, and always has been, mine to manipulate. She's so romantic. Must we really go through this rigmarole again? Scylla pen? Like Scylla? Like Priscilla? Like she's gonna pin Priscilla against a wall? Okay, I'll stop letting my letting my brain control my or it's hard. And I'm very distracted. You won't discover anything new, you know. The mermaid, the gravedigger, and the princess will not deviate from the scripts which have already been prepared for them. Nephalic backwards. Interesting. I did not, in all honesty, think to furnish any further responses for them. I did not think you would be seeing them again. But no matter. If this is what you want, I shall provide it for you. Go ahead, throw your life away, again and again and again. Be drowned by love, be buried by love, be consumed by love. Then, when you have had enough and you can no longer stand, submit yourself once again to my embrace, and let yourself experience the love as precious few humans have ever before had the misfortune of experiencing. Interesting that these are in a different... Well, are these in a different order? I can't remember. I mean, will anything change? So you want to go to the village? Good idea. What does this button do? Oh. I guess this just hopefully doesn't skip any new content. I guess we will accept our fate and see what happens. You might have defied me once before, but I can see that the fire has long since begun to leave your eyes. You have been subjected to too many horrors for one so young. Though, even if you were of a more advanced age, I fear your faculties would have begun to fail you regardless. Humans are meant to die as many times. Humans are not meant to die as many times as you have. They are supposed to pass on only once. You have experienced something few others have. In that sense, you are quite fortunate. But I suppose it does not feel like it. I can see how very tired you are. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even though you have been shut away far too soon inside your own tomb. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract, after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Okay. Oh. Okay. Let's fight against our fate then. My, this is certainly unexpected. I'd rather thought that everything you have been subjected to, you would no longer continue this farce. I was fully prepared for you to forfeit yourself at long last to my loving embrace. I am ready to embrace you, should you so desire it, and cradle you within my unassailable affection. But it seems you are not ready to submit, not quite yet. Being buried alive twice over has not been enough to diminish your determination. You still wish to fight against me, as if you had any hope of succeeding. Your efforts are all futile. Do you not know that? I am far, far stronger than a skinny human like yourself could ever even begin to contemplate. You would be better served if you gave in. But perhaps I have not loved you effusively enough, not just yet. If you are to learn anything, I must first beat it into your thick skull. Beat it into your thick skull of yours. Will you listen to me then? I only want what is best for you, you know? Hurting you hurts me too. But if that is what you want, so be it. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you might think. You and I both know, however, that this was never the case. You still belong to me, and I will never let you forget that. I love this game a lot. Now, continue to struggle. Do your very best. It will not work, but it should be entertaining if nothing else. Okay, let's go to the shore. Yay, we're gonna get drowned. Yes, I thought you might say that. You were able to resist the pressure of the ocean waves once before, but that feels like a lifetime ago. Perhaps it is. You are tired now, and you want nothing more than to succumb. I cannot say that I blame you. I can see how tired you are, dear one. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even if you are to spend your days languishing at the bottom of the ocean. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Chai tea, chai tea, hot cocoa, or caramel flavored Irish breakfast goat milk tea. My vote is hot cocoa because I love hot cocoa, but the caramel Irish breakfast thingy sounds interesting too. I'd try it. Oh, you still wish to soldier on, do you? That is remarkable, given this is the second time you have been pulled beneath the ocean surface. I would have thought that you would want to give up by now. But no matter. You really are stubborn. I cannot promise a better fate than what awaits you, regardless of what you might choose, but I am willing to indulge you. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands. At least that is what you once thought. You and I both know, however, that this never was the case. Not now that you belong to me. How much longer can you keep resisting, though? I cannot wait to find out. Accept your fate. Yes, I thought you might say that. Though you once summoned forth the courage to persevere, despite the odds, your strength has begun to fail you. You are tired now, and this is more than you can endure. Being eaten alive not just once, but twice is more than any ordinary human could ever hope to endure. And you, though headstrong, are nothing more than a little girl. Why? You are so very slender, you might as well be a fair flower. I can see how weary you have become. But worry not. I will still be here for you, even though you might be bleeding out in a dark, dingy dungeon. I shall never leave you. We did make a contract after all. The world might have forsaken you, but I never will. I will never leave you. You will never be lonely again. Fight against your fate. Oh, you wish to keep going, do you? That is impressive, given this is the second time you have been devoured so heartily. Of all of the demises you have experienced, this one is the most gruesome. If you had tired of these reputations, I would understand. I am not the wicked witch you might think I am, and I would be willing to show you mercy should you want it. But I can tell that you do not want it. Goodness me, you are stubborn. Why, I ask you, do you continue to fight? There is no escape for you, you know. I will never let you leave, no matter how you struggle. But very well. Let us go back to the beginning once again. Your fate is in your hands, or so I once told you. You ought to know now, however, this was never truly the case. You still belong to me. I am not going to let you get away from me, not that easily. You can struggle as much as you want, but it will be in vain. It does not matter where you go. I will always find you. I can promise you that much. There, you see? Are you happy now? I told you that there was no use in repeating this night, yet you failed to listen. You have been drowned, buried, and consumed once more, and for what? Do you feel as though you have made any progress in your attempts to escape from me? Once again, you find yourself as you were at the end of your last foray with my forest full of nightmares. You are kneeling upon the ground, your feet aching, perhaps they are bleeding, and your skirt tattered and torn. You try to inhale, but it hurts. It feels as though your lungs have been punctured by a pair of embroidery scissors. Yeah. Honestly, I think being buried alive would be the most terrifying one. Because you're not only being suffocated, but it's also very claustrophobic. The ocean one is probably the second worst one, or I mean, yeah, the second worst one. Because you know, you're being suffocated, but at least you can like try to like struggle and fight, and you know, you'll probably die much quicker from drowning than you will from suffocating in a coffin. And then probably the least worst one is honestly getting your throat ripped out. Like, as painful as it might be, it'll be over quickly. Yeah, no, like, I don't want to die panicking. That sounds like a terrible way to go. And like, yeah. When you swallow, you can taste salt upon your tongue. You blink, but it's so very dark in these woods you fear you cannot see. There's a heavy, leaden weight upon your shoulders. It feels as though somebody is shoveling soil upon you. Your body is cold, as though it has been sapped of all warmth. Your blood, which ought to flow through your veins, feels as though it has frozen. That, or it has been purged from your body altogether in rust-red gobbets. Have you not had enough of this now, silly thing? I am saying this for your sake, you know, just as much as I am mine. Though I might have trapped you hence, I did it only because I care for you. I want only for you to realize the folly of your ways. Now, cease your foolish attempts to escape. They will accomplish nothing save stretching your mind beyond its limitations. It has already, I fear, been stretched thin already. Humans are not designed to die, not as incessantly as you have. One death would be enough to finish most of your kind off, yet you have endured 6 of them. You do not want to go through that again, do you? Then do not run from me. Let me console you. I really, really love her design. Let me embrace you. Let me love you. What do you say to that? Cat got your tongue, Well, no matter. You will not need your tongue to speak while we are together. It is an unnecessary appendage, however much you might wish one day to whisper sweet nothings to me. I am an all-powerful witch, after all, and I can hear all of your thoughts. I know what you are thinking. Yes, that is right. Silence is golden, as they say. You do not need to speak. You do not need to blink. You do not even need to breathe. Oops. Now that you are finally mine, I will cut off your tongue and I will pluck out your pretty little eyes, and I will... No. I beg your pardon? What was that, dear one? I said, no, I am not your dear one. I never wanted this. Hi, Nina. Welcome in. Support bunny. What? You would defy me still, after all you have endured? Were 6 deaths not enough for you, you gluttonous girl? Do you wish for more? I just wished for a friend. I didn't want to be lonely, but you ensnared me. You tricked me. Well, I never. What bold accusations. They are not true, though, you know. They are bald-faced lies. I did nothing of the sort. My name might begin in a similar fashion, but I am no Mephistopheles. I think Mephistopheles is the story about the German scientist who begged Satan, or maybe Mephistopheles, to give him infinite power. Oh god, what was it? I learned about this from a Madoka video essay, funny enough. It's like a scientist begs a demon to give him power to continue research, and the demon is like, okay, fine, but if you ever become truly happy and satisfied, you will die instantly. I think. Yeah. Because I think Walpurgisnacht is named off of that or something. I can't remember. There's some connection to Madoka. I was very upfront when we first met. I said if you wish to make a contract with me, it would cost you. It is your own fault that you did not listen. You accepted my terms, and now you are paying the price. Now, if you will come with me, my dear. I am not your dear. Really now, this has all become rather tiresome. I must insist that you cease this childish outburst at once, or else. Or else what? Will you cut off my tongue? Will you pluck out my eyes? You already stole my name, but it's coming back to me. What? No, that should be impossible. You gave your name to me. You gave your soul to me. Romantic. You pledged your heart and your body to me, and now I want them back. I'm tired of these games too. Medea? Wait. Medea? That's the witch from Fate. That's Castor. You remember my name? I do now. You're called Medea. Medea? I think it's Medea. Either way, she's very cute in Fate. I guess she's also cute in this game too. But in Carnival Phantasm, she's like so obsessed with Saber that she has a bunch of Saber figures and like is always like painting like little paintings of Saber and stuff. And her room is just a full niece paradise of Saber. And no, stop it. I'm called Rosette. It can't be. I knew you were stubborn, but Circe's niece? Circe. The name sounds familiar, but I don't remember who that is. I learned how to be stubborn. I'm used to being bullied. You're just like the others. I'm not afraid of you anymore. You took everything from me. Yo, she turned dudes into animals? Can that be me? Can I get turned into an animal? And now I'm taking it back. No, you can't. Rosette, please, don't go. Don't leave me. We made a contract, you and I. You said that you wanted a friend, and I promised to be that friend. I promised that I would always be there for you. Do you really mean to abandon me? That was the general idea. And what of me? What am I supposed to do? You? You can rot for all I care. No! What? No, Rosette. Oh. This is so sad. Why do I have 60 Discord notifications? Why do people only message me when I'm streaming? Oh, hi, Destructible Watermelon. Good to see you. I call after you're retreating back, but you do not heed my words. You do not turn your head. Once, it was you who knelt in the dirt, your clothes tattered and torn, your dignity alongside it. You were so vulnerable then, and you were so very, very beautiful. In a perverse way, however, I think you might look even more beautiful now that you're walking away from me. That is a thing you humans say, is it not? Is it not? You never realize just how much you value something until you no longer have it. It does not hold true in my case, however. I knew you were a precious find when you first summoned me. Your fiery determination, even in the face of extreme hardship, endeared you to me. I thought you very noble, really, how you had survived for so long in an environment which was so very hostile. For a human, I thought you remarkable. That is why I decided to form a contract with you. I thought, with a human like you by my side, my own life of empty, endless wandering might not be so lonely. Goodness me. I must be growing sentimental in my old age. Now, you are not the one upon the ground. It is I. I could keep calling for you, but I know it would do no good. Age gap based. Age gap toxic Yuri. You will not turn back for me now, not when I have caused you so much suffering. I did not mean to hurt you so, though I truly did love you, albeit in my own way. In the end, however, I suppose the love of a witch was too much even for you to endure. Now, there is nothing but the milky moonlight and the trees which jut out of the earth about me. They look like monuments built in the honor of a foreign god. They look like nothing from the world that you knew, Rosette. Because they are not of your world, they are of mine. Now that you have fled from me, like a bird let loose from its cage, I fear I will never see you again. I will be on my own in this forest for all of eternity. Or until another silly girl with stars in her eyes and dreams in her heart summons me once more. It has happened a handful of times in the past. It might one day happen again. Until that day, however, I will lie here among the foliage and the fog, and I will close my eyes. I will let myself dream, and, enrobed in the undulating mist, I shall think to myself, it gets so lonely here. Okay. Going around another rodeo? I am sitting in a forest. It is late at night and the sky is black as pitch. There is nothing to light my way save for the moon's milky glow, but its rays cannot reach me, not properly. The trees which surround me, jutting out of the earth like eerie monuments to a foreign god, are blotting out most of the light. If I were running, I would not be able to see where I was going. But such concerns are trivial to me. There is nowhere, after all, for me to run to. I am all alone. You have abandoned me. You made a contract with me once when you wished for a friend. It was a contract I swore I would fulfill upon my good name, but you betrayed me. Oh, Rosette, why did you have to go? My days were intolerably dull and tedious without you to amuse me. Your company slacked my boredom nicely, but now that you have gone, the boredom has returned fourfold. It is so consuming, I fear I might go mad from it, if I have not gone mad already. If only there was another mortal out there, one who might keep me company. If only. Oh? Perhaps I spoke too soon. It would seem that another has intruded upon my moonlit solitude, after all, far more quickly than I was expecting. How very fortuitous. Well met, stranger. Does the moon not look beautiful tonight? Why, it is almost as if our encounter were preordained by a being far greater than the both of us. But that, of course, is a foolish thought. There are few beings out there more powerful than myself. Now then, would you care to create a contract with me and relieve the events of this night anew? Sure? Very good. Now come to me, dear one. You are lonely too, I can tell. The scent of loneliness positively rolls off you, much like the mist in the early morning. Oh, come on, do not look so surprised. It was not all that difficult, I guess. Why else would you be spending time with me, had you anything better to do with your time? Oh, right. Because that happened in your name. We are all lonely here. In that sense, we might not be so very dissimilar, you and I. Though I might be a witch and you a human, I am not a stranger to the complicated emotions of your kind. I was a human myself once upon a time, though it was a very, very long time ago. Now, come to me and I shall tell you a story. I will tell you a story of a girl running through the forest without ceasing, a girl trapped in a patchwork fairy tale world with no beginning and no end. My story will unravel, unbroken from now until the end of time. And if you allow yourself to be submerged within it, we need never be lonely again. Hmm. Uh, uh, just closes the game? No, open up. Give me that last achievement, please. Huh? What? Wait. Huh? No! So I wasn't supposed to accept her contract? I mean, uh, okay, hold on. Oh no. This is not good. I can't even skip any of this. All text. Okay. We'll just do this. I want that final achievement. Why am I so bad at visual novels? I'm so mad at myself. Watch, we're gonna get through all this and it's gonna be like one line of dialogue. At least 3? Okay, I trust you. It's a force of habit. Okay, don't make a contract this time. Oh, do you not wish to stay with me, dear one? Very well. You are awfully cruel, but I can understand how you feel. I am a benevolent witch, regardless of what some people might say, and I would never force you to do anything, not against your will. My love is, and always has been, reciprocal in nature, though she did not appreciate that. Now, if that is all, would you like to run along? No good can come of, you know, soliciting with witches in the dead of night. You had best be on your way, and quickly, otherwise I might just change my mind. After all, it gets so lonely here. Ah, I had to go through so much effort to get that last, like, 5 lines of dialogue. Oh well. We did it. And I'm proud of myself for doing it. Somebody please praise me. Please tell me I did a good job. Thank you. Okay, let's find somebody to raid. Um. Thank you. Here, let's raid Boxo Bananas. Yeah, I'm happy to catch people I care about streaming. Okay, I'm gonna send us over, but thank you so much for sticking with me through all of this. I truly, honestly love this game. I wish it didn't leave a slightly sour taste in my mouth with that whole like shenanigan at the end there, but whatever. That's just visual novels be like that, I guess. Anyway, still really, really good story, really good characters, and I definitely am gonna play the sequel. Anyway, join me tomorrow for Fate. We're gonna be probably finishing Tosaka's prologue, so we'll see. All right, have a good night, everybody. I love you. Bye bye.
Ding, I've lost control. The